I'd like to introduce Father Gabriel.
Now we're actually.
And he's going to give us an opening prayer. So please stand and greet Father Gabriel.
Standing ovation before I've said a word. Let's pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Gracious Father, as we gather this day for our time together here to meet, to discuss the needs of our order within our state, we ask that you would bless these men who have come together, bless those who are watching from home and not able to be with us today. Help us to have minds and hearts that are open to your will in our lives. And help us to place our confidence and trust in you in all things. Gracious Father, continue to guide us each day of our lives. And help us to seek you with all our hearts. In your holy name we pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Please be seated. I apologize for standing up. We stand the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Not save the Queen. Please be seated. Thank you, Mark. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of those over the next couple of years. So I would normally say let us sing the opening ode, but singing is not quite normal for these times. So we will this time I mentioned opening ode, but please be prepared to sing that in future meetings, hopefully. So first of all, let me welcome everybody who's able to attend here at the meeting. Welcome to those who are watching us on live stream, and also to those who are watching this, the recording of this meeting at a later time or later date. So, welcome to this most unusual organizational meeting. And I say unusual because we are using methods that we've never used before. Techniques and skills that we are learning and developing, and that we will continue to develop and use in the months ahead. I know that we're not alone in this. My own state deputy training earlier this month, training and workshops normally done in the space of a week, a full week at the Supreme Court headquarters in New Haven. They were all done. Basically, I sat in my office and they were done by podcast webinars. At the council level, you're also having to learn how to conduct your meetings and business using digital methods. Meet at least some of your members virtually. And the regional and district meetings to come will do the same. So we know that this is not easy. This is new to most of us. Most of us are in the more elderly side of life, and we're just not used to this now. So here at the state level, we're developing the skills needed for this, and we'll be here to help you. So our new IT expert is Peter Sager over there in the blue shirt, and his name and number are going to be on the website, his email address. So if you need help or any of your councils need help, he's probably going to be the first person to ask. And that's help for what kind of software you need, what kind of hardware you need, all those kind of things that we don't know. Peter will be there to help you. is founded in faith. And this is meant to indicate not just that our founder, the soon-to-be Blessed Father Michael McGivney, founded the order in faith, we know he did that, but also to indicate that our foundation, our base, which gives us strength and which gives us stability, is our faith. My pin is meant to indicate to some extent that as well, where we have the cross planted really in the state of Minnesota. So, as you will hear today and in the coming months, my plans for this year include an increased emphasis on those programs which develop and evangelize our faith. This is our duty as nuns and as Catholic Christians, and will be necessary if our order is going to continue for the coming years. You'll hear more about that today and quite a lot in the future. So thank you, and once again welcome. So it is now my pleasure and honor to introduce again our state chaplain, Father Gabriel Walsh, for his message. Thank you, Father Gabriel.
Two standing ovations in one morning. Thank you. Thank you, brothers. So, there's a motto: men in Christ, men of the church, men for others. When I first started at Father Marty, the St. John Vianney Seminary, not IHM. When I first started my minor seminary time, the rector of that time had put this forth as a motto for us to follow: men in Christ, men of the church, and men for others. This morning, as we sat at breakfast, it struck me for the first time, actually, this is my last organizational meeting. I didn't think about that until breakfast this morning. This is the last time I will be addressing you as a body of men for the state of Minnesota, as the state chaplain for the organizational meeting. You'll probably still have to hear from me again at some point over the course of this year ahead, but next year, of course, at this time, you will be looking forward to a great upgrade in state chaplain, Father Marty. So, praise God for that, but it just struck me this morning. So today, I'm going to offer a reflection in which I'm going to look back at some of the stuff I've said over the course of the last 2 years in homilies and talks like this as well. Men in Christ, men of the church, men for others. One of the things that motto reminds me of is, do you remember what the greatest of all the commandments was? Jesus said, love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. That's the first and the greatest of all the commandments. The second one is like it: love your neighbor as you love yourself. 3 levels of relationship are in that. The love of God, which must be first, the love of our neighbor, and the third one is kind of couched in there, you almost miss it. Self-love, not selfishness, like we sometimes think of when we think of self-love, right? But authentic love, growing in virtue, becoming the best man I can be. Because it's only when I begin to do that, when I've strived to do that, that I'll be capable of loving my neighbor as my neighbor deserves to be loved. 3 levels of relationship that are wounded when I sin, all 3 of them. Every time I sin, they're wounded. 3 levels of relationship that are opportunities for me to put to good purpose the grace that God gives me. And it struck me that phrase from seminary really fits in well with that. Men in Christ, men of the church, men for others. Men in Christ, my relationship with God. There's another homily that I gave at some point these last 2 years in which I spoke about relationship, identity, and mission. How from our relationship we draw our identity in Christ, our relationship with Him that we receive through baptism. We receive the identity as beloved sons, and from that identity flows our mission out into the world that He talks about throughout the Gospels. All 3 of these things like map together beautifully in this phrase. men in Christ, my relationship, the first love, God, men in Christ. The second of those two things, men of the church. My love of self, you might say, the love, the formation of virtue within myself, the identity that I have as a man of the church. And within this second one, you might also say a man who is also a man of the church, a Catholic man, a Knight of Columbus. How am I living out my faith? In a particular way, like the call within a call, to be the best Catholic I can be, to be the best brother knight I can be, living my mission for the good of the church, that I might be a man for others. The others, the mission, the love of my neighbor. Men in Christ, men of the church, men for others. I think about this too, the gospel reading that you're going to hear this weekend. I'm going to try to keep my time here brief. I know that I'm only supposed to have until 10:15 on the agenda, so I'm going to wrap it up here in just a moment. But when you look at the gospel reading this weekend, brothers, one of the things you'll see here is Jesus is going to be speaking. Whoever does not take up his cross and follow me is not worthy to be my disciple. Take up your cross. We think of this and we anticipate already his rising from the dead, Easter. We already know that the cross is a sign of hope, but think about the guys who are hearing that for the very first time. What is going on in their imaginations? Because Jesus hasn't died on the cross yet at this point. The cross was a symbol of shame. It's the punishment due to criminals. What is Jesus saying here? We can already see an allusion to what he would do, his suffering and death, that we might have hope. But he's also saying, whoever does not take up his cross, whoever does not bear the shame of following me, whoever does not suffer through whatever the cost of discipleship might be, is not worthy of me. It's going to be tough at times, being a faithful disciple. We think of all the problems in the world today. We think of the different struggles, even that as an order we suffer. We're trying to get membership, we're trying to root ourselves and really strengthen our identity. I think it's so important to keep this in mind, as State Deputy Dave had just mentioned, really rooting ourselves in faith, that we might be able to draw from that as men in Christ, the strength that we need, reminded by his words at the end of this same gospel. What is the very last line of Matthew's gospel? He says, "Go therefore," Jesus is about to ascend to the Father, "Go therefore, making disciples of all the nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and teaching them to observe all that I've commanded you." And the beautiful line that just echoes down through the centuries. "And lo, I will be with you always until the end of time." The Lord has come through on that promise so many times in our history. Over the course of the last 2,000 years, the church has endured such moments of darkness and struggle and suffering. In a sense, our struggles of this time are new to us, they're unique to our age, but that we would struggle, that we would suffer, that we would endure things is nothing new to the church. And we can be reminded and encouraged by that same promise of the Lord. And so when you go forth to your councils, to your men, to your parishes, always carry that hope, because the Lord has never failed in that promise. When we face struggles and trials and difficulties, to rest ourselves with the assurance in faith of that beautiful, blessed promise that the Lord keeps renewing every age, that he is with us always. And then what is up to us? We don't have to figure out every detail. We have to be faithful to the mission that he entrusted to our care. That's what the saints of every age of our history have done. Through baptism, guess what? You are called to be the saints of this age. So my brothers, I leave you with that. I'm going to cut myself short here and just say, this is my encouragement to you. Never lose hope. Remember that promise of the Lord, and always root yourselves in faith to this beautiful, beautiful reminder of his love, of his enduring journey with us throughout our age as well.
Well, that was an inspiring kickoff, I think, for this meeting. I have a little bit of a disappointment for you, though. Our Willie Supreme Knight, Carl Anderson, was going to be here to address us, but unfortunately he missed his flight. So I'm sorry to tell you that. However, he did send a pre-recorded message, which we will now play.
Brother Knights, we meet today under the most unusual circumstances in the history of the Knights of Columbus. Much of the world remains in the grip of a global pandemic, the severity and duration of which we cannot yet measure. In many countries, we face levels of unemployment and business closures unprecedented in our lifetime. In the United States, unemployment is now approaching levels unseen since the Great Depression. Many businesses remain closed, and some will never reopen. The impact of these factors on our churches and institutions are at this time still immeasurable. But we know that they are severe and that they will be with us for some time. Will the pandemic continue to recede, or will it reemerge later in the year? And if the coronavirus continues to be with us, will its severity diminish or will it increase? Will scientists find an effective vaccine and a treatment? And if so, when? Will large segments of our population develop immunity to COVID-19? All of these questions and many others are still without clear answers. But one thing is certain: we will never go back to exactly how things were. All of these factors will affect the Knights of Columbus. But while we are not immune from these developments, neither are we powerless to change their impact. Recently, I read this in the Wall Street Journal. Today, every senior corporate executive is trying to figure out what they're willing to throw overboard as the economic storm spawned by the pandemic is swamping their ships. Businesses that were planning to help save the world are now simply saving themselves. Entities from one-cell organisms to multinational conglomerates shut down everything except what they need to survive. Well, I can assure you, this is not the case with the Knights of Columbus. People have a right to be worried, but this is not a time for panic. To the contrary, it is a time for prudence, fortitude, and for action. It is a time for a strong, steady hand on the helm. In short, it is a time for leadership. It is a time for leadership that knows what needs to change and what must not. And that is the purpose of our meeting. You know of many of the changes that we have already made. During the last several years, we have implemented changes to make the Supreme Council stronger and to make our insurance program stronger, more competitive, and better positioned to withstand today's challenges. We have undertaken a major restructuring and enhancement of our IT department, reorganized and strengthened our insurance field force of more than 1,100 general and field agents, and we have brought greater productivity to our business departments and our customer service. Given the Supreme Council's proximity to the epicenter of the U.S. outbreak, that is, New York City, we took early action to ensure the health and safety of our employees and the continuity of our business operations by adopting a remote work plan. That transition went forward smoothly in a matter of days. Our insurance agents also transitioned to a new operating model demanded by social distancing. At the same time, we developed IT and procedural solutions that allowed every jurisdiction to hold virtual state conventions. We introduced an online exemplification of our new ceremonial. We announced an emergency church loan program for Catholic dioceses facing financial crisis. We implemented a multi-million-dollar food program, and we launched our Leave No Neighbor Behind initiative. All of this followed the earlier reorganization of our fraternal mission department into 3 new separate divisions: membership growth and marketing, fraternal operations, and evangelization and faith formation. We also expanded our regional fraternal activities by the deployment of both regional growth directors and regional training directors. All of these changes have made the Knights of Columbus stronger and better prepared to withstand the challenges of the pandemic. We have the financial strength to address much of the suffering we see around us, but more importantly, we have the fraternal strength to do the great works of charity that the times demand. I want to discuss with you today this fraternal strength of the Knights of Columbus. Pope Francis reminds us that when Catholics come together in the service of charity, we do so not as just one more volunteer group. So what is our distinctive character as a Catholic organization? And more specifically, what is our distinctive character as the Knights of Columbus? During his 2008 pastoral visit to the United States, Pope Benedict XVI spoke of the true spiritual renewal of our church sought by the Second Vatican Council. Pope Benedict suggested that the unity of vision and purpose, so necessary to spiritual renewal, could be found in our own history of Catholicism in North America. The Pope went on to say that it was, quote, rooted in faith and a spirit of constant conversion and self-sacrifice. And this, said the Pope, was the secret of the impressive growth of the Catholic Church in North America. But then the Pope made this extraordinary observation. He said, quote, we need but think of the remarkable accomplishment of that exemplary American priest, the Venerable Michael McGivney, whose vision and zeal led to the establishment of the Knights of Columbus. Pope Benedict's statement leads us to ask a further question. What is the secret of the impressive growth of the Knights of Columbus? And I would suggest to you that this secret is a simple one. Through the spiritual genius of Father McGivney, we have found a way to transform friends into brothers, brothers who are committed and who care for one another. Membership in the Knights of Columbus is not a casual commitment, but it is a commitment that cannot be measured entirely by attending meetings or paying dues. Rather, it is a commitment that goes beyond such quantitative measures. Ultimately, it is a commitment of the heart and of the will, because it is the commitment to be a brother. In this way, we see why the words of Pope Benedict are so important. It is the commitment of faith, of conversion, and of self-sacrifice that are the keys to our growth in the Knights of Columbus, because they make possible the commitment to be a brother. Father McGivney's example calls us to have the faith to see our unity as Catholics, to experience the conversion needed to treat each other as brothers, and the self-sacrifice necessary for a living Catholic charity. This is why we so often refer to the Knights of Columbus as the Order of the Knights of Columbus. We do not claim some special juridical status, but like religious orders throughout history, we seek a community on the basis of brotherhood and on the discipline to follow certain principles. We are all familiar with the great religious orders, the Benedictines, Franciscans, Dominicans, and the Jesuits. These men have entered a brotherhood. They have taken vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. But what of the men who marry and must provide for their families? Men who are called to be active in the life of their parish. What is the idea of a Christian brotherhood for them? Is there a fraternal community to which they may belong? We know the answer that Father McGivney gave to these questions. Today, because of Father McGivney's vision and determination, the Knights of Columbus offers men the opportunity to join a Catholic brotherhood based upon the principles of charity, unity, and fraternity. It is a path we walk not just one day or 1 hour a week, but 24 hours, 7 days a week. Just as we cannot be a husband or father for only 1 day or 1 hour, we cannot be a brother for 1 day or 1 hour a week. Nor are we called to be a disciple for only 1 day or 1 hour a week. When we invite someone to join the Knights of Columbus and they decline with the excuse that they do not have time to attend more meetings, they are really missing the point of membership in the Knights of Columbus. Membership in the Knights of Columbus is not primarily an invitation to do something. Membership in the Knights of Columbus is primarily an invitation to be someone. It is an invitation to be a Catholic man who lives his life according to a Catholic commitment to charity, unity, and fraternity. This is one of the most important reasons for the introduction of our new ceremonial. We want all of our members to have a better understanding of how charity, unity, and fraternity come together to form brothers in the Knights of Columbus. It also serves the important purpose of overcoming the recent trend of members to take only their first degree and then failing to go on to the degrees which exemplify unity and fraternity. Our new exemplification ceremony has already received an overwhelmingly positive response. It teaches our lessons of charity, unity, and fraternity in a way that is compelling and grounded in the rich history of the order. And it will make it easier to bring men into our ranks and easier for those men to serve as council officers. This new ceremony provides a gateway to inspire the next generation of knights, and it will strengthen our councils by teaching more men the lessons of charity, unity, and fraternity. It will make more brother knights eligible to serve as council officers. Over time, this ceremony will also strengthen our councils by making it possible for every council to have its own ceremonial team. An exemplification can be held in 30 minutes at the beginning of a council meeting. No longer will candidates be required to wait unreasonably long periods of time in order to join our ranks. And because of the social distancing required during the pandemic, we have made the new ceremonial available in a virtual format. It is now available online twice each week in English and Spanish, and once a week in French. This innovation makes it possible to exemplify new members and to advance existing members to the third degree. Already more than 23,000 men have participated in online exemplifications, thousands joining, and many thousands more advancing to the third degree. I also want to thank all those jurisdictions that have developed their own online ceremonials and those that have translated the ceremonial into Spanish and French. And this leads me to another observation I wish to make today. As I said a moment ago, membership in the Knights of Columbus is not primarily an invitation to do something. It is primarily an invitation to be someone. But being who we are, we must act. Being Catholic men committed to charity, we are called to act, to do something, and often we are called to act when those around us cannot. As Catholics, we are compelled forward by our Lord's words in the Gospel of St. Matthew. Whatever you did for one of the least brothers of mine, you did for me. We are a community of brothers who see all those who suffer and all those who are in need as our brothers. And this is why we are much more than a volunteer service organization. Jesus Christ offers us not only a new understanding of charity, he offers us also a new understanding of unity and of brotherhood. In March, we launched our new initiative, Leave No Neighbor Behind. It calls on all Knights to support our brothers, to support our parishes, and to support our communities, to feed the hungry, and to participate in blood drives. I ask you to please continue to make Leave No Neighbor Behind a top priority. Each council should contact every one of their brother Knights. As we know, some of our brother Knights are particularly vulnerable to the coronavirus. Do they need a helping hand? During this time, no brother Knight should feel left behind. This, too, should be a top priority. As I mentioned at the beginning of these remarks, we are now seeing levels of unemployment unprecedented since the Great Depression. 90 years ago, thousands of brother Knights left the order as a result of the hardships of unemployment or the failure of their business. That need not be the case now. No brother Knight should be forced to choose between providing necessities for his family and paying his membership dues. So here is what we can do. As you know, we have suspended Supreme per capita for the second half of this fraternal year. And I am pleased to announce today that Supreme per capita assessments will continue to be suspended for the entirety of the new fraternal year. During the new fraternal year, the Supreme Council will no longer make per capita assessments of local councils. No local council will be suspended by Supreme for failure to make per capita, CIS, or Culture of Life payments. Now, I would encourage councils to voluntarily submit their Culture of Life payments to support our pro-life work, especially our ultrasound initiative. But I repeat, no council will be suspended. At the start of Holy Week, we launched a multi-million-dollar campaign to support food banks in the United States and Canada. We are providing urgent support to the neediest among us, and our local councils and brother Knights have become the champions of this effort. Here are several examples of their extraordinary work. 14 councils came together to support a pop-up food pantry at St. Michael Church in Sunset Park to distribute 1,500 meals in one of New York's hardest hit areas. In Fort Wayne, Indiana, Council 451 worked with their parish to organize a blood drive that obtained 71 units of blood, the maximum number of donations the Red Cross could process at that site. In Damascus, Maryland, Council 11105, in conjunction with their pastor, contacted more than 1,200 parish families to offer special help during the pandemic. Council 8157 in Duncanville, Texas, provided meals throughout April for healthcare workers at a local area hospital. Council 5743 and Council 6318 partnered to raise $10,000 in food and $12,000 in cash in what one city councilman called the largest food drive in this New York town's history. Brother Knights in Gallup, New Mexico, partnered with the Southwest Indian Foundation to bring a 2-week supply of food to 140 families on the pueblo of Acoma. And in Hawaii, Brother Knights from Councils 5000, 6906, and 16741 came together in the Diocese of Honolulu to provide 2-week food packages for 5,000 people. The organizer of the distribution, Dallas Carter, described it as an example of the native Hawaiian saying that no task is too big when done together by all. I think Father McGivney would agree. This important work must continue in the days ahead. In 2018, according to our annual fraternal survey, our Brother Knights gave more than $185 million to charity and volunteered more than 76 million hours. Now I am pleased to report that according to our 2019 fraternal survey, our Brother Knights gave more than $187 million to charity and volunteered more than 77 million hours of service. The top jurisdiction in dollars to charity was Texas, with more than $10 million, and the leading jurisdiction in volunteer hours was Mindanao, with more than 13.5 million hours. These efforts keep faith with our long history of helping the suffering and the marginalized. This fraternal year, the Knights of Columbus reached 2 million members. This is an historic milestone, but it is not the end of the journey. It is the beginning of an exciting chapter in the history of the Knights of Columbus. The day I was elected your Supreme Knight, I said we have a moral obligation to offer the benefits of membership in the Knights of Columbus to every eligible Catholic man. Now, nearly 20 years later, I believe this more strongly than ever. Father McGivney's gift to us of this wonderful organization was never intended as a gift for only a few. It was always meant to be shared. The more men who join, the more lives we will transform and communities we will serve. The more men we have, the more we will do for our parishes, and the more Catholic families we will strengthen. As you know, men join the Knights of Columbus for the benefits of belonging to our great Catholic brotherhood. Our principles of charity, unity, and fraternity change lives for the better every day. As we move forward into the new fraternal year, our goal must be the same as years past: to grow the Knights of Columbus in members, in councils, and in charity. At the state and local level, I ask you to make an allowance this year for Brother Knights in financial hardship. Please waive council dues and state per capita for them should they or their wife become unemployed. We are committed to leave no neighbor behind during this pandemic. So let's also be committed to leave no Brother Knight behind because of the hardship of unemployment. And we can do something more for that unemployed Brother Knight. Is there a special need in his family that we can meet? If there is, his council should do it. Father McGivney saw the Knights of Columbus as a community of brothers who were concerned for one another and would be there to offer a helping hand. We most often think about this mission in terms of our insurance program, and every day we fulfill Father McGivney's dream by offering Catholic families financial protection they can depend upon through Knights of Columbus Insurance. But you and I know our mission is broader than that. Our concern and care for our brother Knights should be reflected in all we do. And just as our approach to charity is very different from an ordinary volunteer service organization, our commitment to insurance by Brother Knights for Brother Knights results in a big difference in our insurance program. You can be proud that the business aspects of the Knights of Columbus have consistently been rated superior. And you can be very proud of this. On April 6th, Standard & Poor's released its review of North American life insurance companies, ranking them from strongest to weakest based on their financial strength as to how they are positioned to handle the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Out of hundreds of companies in North America, only 6 were placed in the top category, and the Knights of Columbus is one of those 6. This level of financial strength does not magically appear overnight. It is the result of a determined effort over many years to do what is best for our brother Knights in a prudent, careful, and professional way. It means decades of effort to maintain both a superior level of capital adequacy and a low level of risk exposure as the best protection against financial storms. We continue to have more than $100 billion of insurance in force, protecting the financial future of our families. This is an awesome responsibility, and it is guided by our commitment to insurance by Brother Knights for Brother Knights. This means that our goal is not corporate profit. Our goal is to do what is best for our Brother Knights and their families. Pope Francis has urged Catholics to take up an ethics of fraternity. We certainly agree. An ethics of fraternity has guided us for more than a century. We should remember that in Father McGivney's day, there were already insurance companies in Connecticut. He could have referred his parishioners to these companies. But Father McGivney didn't want business as usual. He wanted something different, and he wanted something distinctly Catholic. He wanted an organization that would transform men into a committed brotherhood. Today, our ethics of fraternity is one of our great advantages. We successfully compete, not in spite of, but because of our commitment to Catholic principles. Our continued success is an awesome responsibility, and it is a responsibility all of us share. As leaders of your jurisdiction, remember that your general and your field agents can be your best partners in working to grow the Knights of Columbus. And those same agents should be able to say the same about you. Our insurance program and our charitable work arise from the same source. Our responsibility to be responsible stewards of our financial resources as we provide for our families and help those in need. The Lord has called us in these days to be His witnesses in our homes and in our parishes. That is why several years ago we launched our Building the Domestic Church program. This is why we started more recently our Faith in Action initiative. These programs should be a central part of the activities of every council, and so should our new video series on men's spirituality entitled Into the Breach. During this pandemic, when Catholics are spending more time at home, our programs to build up the church of the home are especially important. Every council should promote these programs, and I ask you to work closely with your state chaplain to promote them throughout your jurisdiction. As I conclude these remarks, I want to thank all of you for conducting a successful virtual state convention. A year ago, no one could have anticipated what we would experience these past months, and no one knows what we can expect in the future. In the weeks ahead, as we continue the work of reopening our communities, we will begin a return to normal, or I should say, a return to a new normal. And as we do this, we must be prudent and careful. We must be prepared for new challenges, and we must be determined to meet them together. My brother Knights, the Knights of Columbus is needed today more than ever, not only to overcome the coronavirus pandemic, but to protect and strengthen our church and to ensure a future of faith for our children and our grandchildren. My hope is that amidst all these challenges, we grow closer to one another and that each of us will live more profoundly our principles of charity, unity, and fraternity, and that because of our efforts, the Knights of Columbus will emerge from these circumstances stronger and more vigorous than ever. May the Venerable Father McGivney and Our Lady of Guadalupe pray for us all. Vivat Jesus.
Demonstrate our commitment to solidarity, the Supreme Knight in the usual way. Thank you. Self-access follow. So now I'd like to talk to you a little bit about our goals and priorities for this year. So let's start with our intake goal. Now this is set by Supreme based on a number of factors. Firstly, our recent performance. Over the last 3 years, or 5 years actually, our intake has averaged 1,000 new members, our intake. It's based on market opportunity, and they do some fairly complicated calculations based on the Catholic population and whether it's increasing or decreasing. In fact, our Catholic population in the state has dropped slightly, but only slightly, by 0.6%. And it's also based on the market opportunity and the reality. So how well did our councils recruit in previous years? So what is the bottom line? Well, our intake goal this year is 1,050 new members, which is actually a little less than our goal for last year. It's in fact 64 members less than it was for last year. Our net goal, net is intake minus suspensions and withdrawals, is 570. Online membership, which has been pretty successful this year. Actually, I don't know what the numbers were this year. Do you know offhand, Bob? Numbers were this year? Okay. But I think it was about 200. We had about 200 online members. So our goal for this coming year is 298. And I think that's a very achievable goal, because I think we're going to have more and more online members joining us. Based on the fact that we're doing a lot of virtual presentations, a lot of virtual meetings, I think we're going to get a lot of online members. The net, which is intake, minus suspensions and withdrawals, minus that other factor that we really don't have much control over, that is deaths. For about the last 10 years, or more actually, we have our net has been a negative of about 500. So our membership in the state has gone down from the mid 40,000s down to just over 40,000. So we keep losing them. So we have to try and make sure our net, we've got to persuade these members not to die. Now, obviously, what we've got to do is do enough intake, no more suspensions and withdrawals, or at least as few as we can get them, so that our net is positive, and we are making enough positive direction in these areas to overcome the deaths. Now, our other goal is 4 new councils. 4 new councils this year. Now, when I started investigating this and doing a bit of research for this presentation, I was absolutely astounded to hear that we have 456 parishes in our state that do not have a Knights of Columbus Council. Isn't that incredible? 456. And our goal is to create 4 new councils to reduce that number down to 452. That sounds very achievable to me. I don't know about you. So there are 650, more than that, parishes in the state, 680, something like that. And these 456 do not have a council. So I really think that that's a goal that's very achievable, and I think we ought to be able to do a lot better than 4. Our new council development chairman is our general agent, Lloyd Simons. There he is at the back there waving. He does a great job, absolutely great job, and we're very fortunate to have him help us in that, because being a general agent is a pretty time-consuming job anyway, right, Lloyd? And he does a great job at that too. He won some awards this year, which we'll touch on later when he gives his talk. I think he can tell us. But we have some great general agents in our state, and I think they are really going to be very, very helpful. They always have been. I think they will continue. One thing I would like to mention is roundtables. Now, you've heard about roundtables before. A roundtable is where a council really serves more than one parish, and so we have a liaison with the other parishes. Usually, some members of the other parish that are members of the council, they act as a liaison with the other parish and with the other pastor. Now, when I started looking at this, I looked at our list, and it told me that we had over 60 round tables in our state. I'm sorry, I don't believe it at all. I think we have a lot of round tables on paper only. So we want to make sure we have a new round table chairman who is going to contact all these councils that have a round table on paper, and we're going to make sure that becomes a genuine round table and a genuine liaison with the other parishes that they have membership. And I think roundtables is always a good foot in the door, if you like, for creating a new council. So if we can get these 60 roundtables up and running, I think we have. I think somebody told me we have 9 real ones. So we have 50-ish that are just on paper. If we can get those all up and running, then potentially we have a number, let's not say 50, but a number of new council possibilities. So how are we going to do this? Well, you're going to hear this over and over again. Our number one job is evangelization. Not just evangelization of our order, but evangelization of our faith. One of the mentions that Supreme Knight made in the state deputy presentations was that so many Catholics are falling away from the church. And it's really up to us. It's up to us to make it more attractive to remain in the church, to make using our programs to really draw them back into the church or give them a reason to stay in the church. And of course, you heard him say, it is the moral obligation of every Knight of Columbus to offer membership to every eligible Catholic man. I know we've heard that time and time again, but do we believe it? Do we think it really is our moral obligation to ask every Catholic man to be a member? Yes. Do we?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I will take that word from you. as part of the evangelization, let our work speak for us. St. Francis said, and St. Francis was on our state bin a couple of years ago, St. Francis said, preach the gospel constantly. If necessary, use words. We know what that means, right? So how? So, our programs. The new initiative that was instituted during the pandemic, Leave No Neighbor Behind. This is so important, so important. And as you've heard and will hear time and time again, the first point on those 5 Leave No Neighbor Behind elements, the first point, can anybody tell me what it was? Nobody can remember. Support your brother knights is number 1 in the Leave No Neighbor Behind program. So constant communication is so important. It's so important to keep personal contact with our members. It's so important to every month, every single month, make sure that we contact every member of our council and find out, does he have any problems? Does he need any help? You may find that some of our brothers are sick. You may find that some of our brothers have died and we didn't know that. We need to know these things so that we can help, so that when it comes to billing time, and you'll hear this again, we're not fighting to try and find the addresses. Oh, where is this guy? Did he move? What did he do? So, constant communication is so important. And we've talked about phone trees. Again, I think, it goes in one ear and out the other, but phone trees make it really easy for a Grand Knight to contact all his members. If you've got 300 members in your council, which my personal council has a little over 300 members, so you need 30 of your brother knights who, these are the guys who come to the meeting every month, right, the 30. These are the guys that you say you give them 10 names each. 10 names to contact within a month. That's not too hard. So that's the way to use your phone tree. So please make sure that your council keep contact with their members. Also, of course, the other elements, the other 4 elements that we leave no neighbor behind, talk about support of our parishes and our communities. And they are all great ones. But please remember, number 1 is our brother knights. So then, of course, Faith in Action. Before the pandemic, Faith in Action was our ongoing program. So we need to, of course, continue our charitable works. But I would like to place emphasis, as I've mentioned before, emphasis on the programs, or the elements of those programs, which concentrate on our faith. And I am delighted and honoured to say that Father Gabriel and Father Marty joined me in putting together a video, which you will see, we will play over lunchtime, that we would really like every council to play this video during their meeting or as the lecture program after their meeting. And we talk about specifically the elements of the faith and the family elements or areas of the Faith in Action program that talk about our faith, increase our faith, increase our spirituality as well. Also, of course, Into the Breach and the building of the domestic church, as our Supreme Knight mentioned, these are so great. Into the Breach, there are some wonderful videos that are available online on the Supreme website that, again, you can play at, or the council can play at their council meeting. So, and of course, invite the parish to these programs. Just about all of them in fact, are open to non-members, so we can have, invite members of the parish and invite members of the community. You don't have to be Catholic to play a part in some of these programs, any of these programs. So invite the parish. And State Program Director Joe will go into some details in these programs. And by the way, if you have trouble remembering these new categories, somebody said this, and I'm sorry to say I don't know who it was said it, but if you want to remember, you can say, faith in the family gives life to the community. Just a good way to remember the four categories. Okay, I know you're saying, oh, Delta Drives, we've heard this so often, but Delta Drives are very effective. And we can help you with these Delta Drives. We want every council to have 2 Delta Drives in the year. One in the fall, one in the spring. One in September, October, one in March, April, perhaps. There are certain guidelines. Very important to follow these guidelines. Advertise before, advertise during, and advertise after. So, put an entry in the bulletin to say, in 2 weeks, we're going to have a Delta Drive, we're going to have a membership drive in our parish. On the day of the membership drive, say, we are having a membership drive in our parish today. And a week after the membership drive, say, we had a membership drive in our parish a week ago. If you missed it, don't worry, you can still contribute. So this is something that Supreme has told us, that Patrick and I found this kind of amusing but very memorable. So Supreme told us that you tell somebody something once, it goes. So what you should do is tell them what you're going to tell them, and then tell them what you told them, right? So you're going to hear a lot of repetition because that's the way people will memorize it. So we need we suggest you have this effective speaker at Mass. And it doesn't have to be long. In fact, most parishes will insist that it's not very long. I gave some at our parish in St. Vincent de Paul last year, and it was less than a minute. It was about 45 seconds, right, Patrick? And I spoke at all the masses, and we had about 20 people signed up asking for more information. So if they're not all going to become members, but I think you can probably guarantee that 50% of those are going to be members. So that's not too hard to do. So you need ambassadors, and when we say ambassadors, we're talking about members, perhaps dressed in if you have a vest or whatever, all dressed the same, with a smile on their faces, please. It's important to look pleasant, to look friendly, not to stand there and grumpy, I've got to do this, right? But be friendly and pleasant. So hand out prayer cards and make sure you say, please accept a gift from the Knights of Columbus. People will not refuse. They're happy. Most people love prayer cards. And not just the men, but the women, the kids as well. Give them all prayer cards. It's also important to have a landing page available. Now, please make sure that you tell people, filling your name and your email address on this landing page is not making any commitment at all. All you're doing is saying, I am interested in more information about the Knights. And truly, that's all you get. I signed up just as an experiment when this first came out a year or two ago. And since then, about once a month, I get an email saying, hey, you know about this program, you know about this, and are you interested in that? And by the way, if you want to join, just click here. So it's really quite effective. The landing page provides the ability for Supreme. You don't have to do any more work. Supreme do the work to get these men the information. And then if they join online, or if they come back to the council and say, I've been receiving this information about the Knights, it's really great, I love it, I'd like to be a member. That's great. But if they think, well, I'm maybe not ready to make a commitment to go to meetings and stuff like that, but I do want to join online so that I can get all the benefits of being a knight, including the insurance as an online member, and then they can join online, and it takes a few minutes of their time to join online. And then the council will, as part of the join online, it says, what is your parish? Are you interested in joining council? Maybe the council will receive that information, and then they are able to contact the man and say, okay, well, we're here. What do you need? So, would you like to join now? Would you like to perhaps come with us and watch an exemplification? And by the way, we just heard the other night that they are now providing exemplifications on demand. So we've had them, as the Supreme Knight said, we've had them twice a week for the last 2 months. Well, now they have them online. Years ago, many of us who were in ceremonial said, oh, sometime in the future they'll have a web page. A web page that comes up and says, click here and you can be a member. Click here and you get your first degree. Well, now you can get the full exemplification first thing that on demand. That's going to be pretty effective because people can do it, get their full degrees from their armchair. Now this one, having a raffle, we found very effective, worked for us. So everybody who puts the name down as requesting more information gets an entry in the raffle. And it's something spiritual, a nice statue, sacred statue, or a crucifix, or something like that. Most pastors do not object to that, but some do. Some would consider this, not quite the kind of thing he wants to go on in his parish. So the raffle, we will certainly, I would say that's one of those things that you've got to talk to the pastor. And of course, for all these Delta drives, one of the important guidelines is talk to pastor. Okay? Father, we'd like to hold a Delta drive. We're thinking about this particular date. Would that suit you? Is there any reason why we should do it on that date? And if so, when do you think would be better? So, of course, you've got to involve your pastor, make sure that he is right behind you, right with you. And if you can get him to, after your effective speaker has spoken from the pulpit, if you can get Father to say, yes, I've been a member of the Knights of Columbus for 30 years. It's a wonderful organization. I would encourage every Catholic man here to go and join. As I often say, as you've heard me say before, maybe, when I give my speeches at our parish, I usually say, well, a Brit accent goes a long way, but a collar trumps it every day. Tough crowd, So, John Olson is our regional training director, and you'll hear from him later today, and he will talk more about it. But he is the guy to talk with about Delta Drive. Patrick and I and any of the state team will be happy to help or put you in contact with the right person if you need help. So how? Retention. I mentioned this, we want to reduce the number of suspensions and withdrawals. Oh, here's a new idea, constant communication. We haven't seen that before, have we? This is the tell them. Use the phone tree. Tell them every month, not just, when news time comes along. If you can't get them on the phone, or maybe if you have got them on the phone, go and make a personal visit. Just knock on the door and say, hey Joe, we just wondered how you were. We haven't heard from you for a while. We've got a program going on that you might be interested in. Why don't you come along and join us and get involved with us? We'd really like to see you. We want to make sure every member knows that he is wanted and needed to be an active part of the council. And maybe all he needs is just a bit of TLC. You all know what TLC is, right? A bit of tender loving care. No, that's not too much to give chocolate, right? And as I've said a couple of times, don't let the dues bill be the first time that you contact the member in the year. Please, please. Because what's he going to say? They have called me all this year, and now they say they want to pay the dues. And by the way, on this point, the Supreme I mentioned that they are waiving the Supreme dues for this coming year. If you have a member who, due to the COVID pandemic or for any reason, is in financial difficulties, please do not suspend it, but not pay it. Mostly the council can handle a few dues payments themselves. If they can't, then please get in touch with us when we send out our per capita payments for the year, per capita invoices. Please get in touch with us and say, well, you know, one of our members, we don't need to know the name, one of our members or two of our members just cannot pay the dues due to financial difficulties, and I promise you, we will reduce the per capita payment by those two members. So, we're still looking at how we can do this. So we have to share the load. Do you know that in the last 3 years, 98 councils in our order have recruited less than 3 members in 3 years. 35 of those have not recruited a single member in 3 years. What about this year? This year, difficult year though it was, half of our council have not recruited a single member. I think, you know, we all have to do our part here. I have to say that 132 councils are not doing their part. I'm sorry to say, I don't want to be critical, but they are not, you know, pulling their weight. So, you'll hear a bit later on when we talk about how many members we expect, you know, each region and each district and so on to recruit. We need to make sure that at least half of these councils, these 130 councils, for us to have any chance at all of reaching our goal, we have to make sure that at least half of these recruit a couple of members. And we're going to talk about some incentives. In fact, I'll talk about them a couple slides from now. So we have some incentives to make it exciting. I mean, you know, nobody recruits for the incentive. Nobody is going to say, oh, I'm going to go recruit 3 men just so I can wear a ball cap. Nobody does that. However, our incentives are meant to be a way of us saying thank you. We appreciate the work that you do. So nobody does it for the incentive, but it's a nice thank you to those members who do pull their weight and perhaps pull a few others too. So Patrick's going to have more details of the breakdown of the councils and the recruiting. So thank you. I see a few smiles. That is not the end of my presentation. What this is I have a few slides to show you how we are going to say thank you to those members who do recruit, who do pull their weight. So, we're going to, as you leave today, we have all this written down, so you don't need to make notes, but we're going to give you some handouts as you leave. I have been giving training classes and presentations for a couple of years, and I know very well that you don't give people handouts while you're doing your presentation. Otherwise, what happens, right? They don't pay any attention, they're just reading the handouts. So, my handouts, our handouts will be given to you as we get ready to leave today. But you will have handouts that describe all this, the incentives, so you don't need to take notes about that. And also, we're going to be publishing them again and again and again in the nightly news, on the website, and places like that. So you can always get information on it. So let me talk about, this is how we propose to say thank you to those VIEs, I've been calling VIEs, very important evangelists. So let's make that a buzzword. The VIEs, we've got lots of VIEs. So we're going to show our appreciation to councils with the following awards. So we're going to have a fast start program. So let's avoid the summer program, the summer close down, excuse me, which a lot of councils do. Let's not do that. Let's try and avoid the summer close down. And there's no reason to close down now, because we can still have virtual meetings. Even if members can't come to the meetings, we can have virtual meetings. So there is no reason to have a summer close down. So council is recruiting 5 new members by September 1st. So July, August, September. July and August, basically. For 2 months. If they can recruit 5 new members, then the Grand Knight and the membership director will receive a KC Family Bible, which looks like that. It's a very nice leather-bound family Bible. And you'll notice that a lot of our incentives, by the way, have a spiritual side to them, so you'll see a few things like that. So the family Bible will be given to the Grand Knight and the membership director if you recruit 5 new members. And by the way, this is net, so no, it's not recruit 5 new members and suspend 20. 5 new members net, they receive a KC Family Bible. So the next program we have is Resurrection by Easter. Patrick put a lot of these programs together, and I love his words. He was worried that this might not be very, PC, but I think it's absolutely fine. Resurrection, absolutely. Resurrection by Easter. This is for those non-recruiting councils, those councils that I remember that I mentioned that haven't recruited a member in the last 2 years. So if they recruit three new members by Easter, 3 new members by Easter, it's not too hard, is it? Then the Grand Knight will receive a Knights of Columbus walnut crucifix. Again, it's a beautiful crucifix. It's a 12-inch, I believe, a 12-inch crucifix. And by the way, these are obtainable from Knights Gear. This is where we're getting them. So we're also like pouring money back into the organization here. So the Grand Knight receives the walnut crucifix, and we're going to have some ball caps, specially designed for the Deputy Grand Knight, the membership director, and the program director. And in addition, we're going to give the council a $100 check as a further incentive. So these are the councils, again, that have not recruited a member in 2 years. All they have to do is recruit 3 members by Easter. Not too hard, you think, right? Delta Church Drives, I talked about Delta Church Drives. So if you host a Delta Church Drive and follow the there will be these requirements. You've got to do these different things that I listed there. If you host a Delta Church Drive, the Grand Knight and the membership director will receive a challenge coin. And we're still working on the design for this, but something like that. These are challenge coins that are available from Knights Gear, but we're going to design one that is for our particular state. And if you host 2 church drives at the council, one at the Delta drives at the council, one in the spring, one in the fall, then the Grand Knight will receive, instead of a second set of coins, the Grand Knight will receive a KC jacket. Again, we're looking at which jacket and so on, but it's going to be a desirable jacket. Now, this is another new thing for the youth protection. We were amazed to find that 50% of our councils were not fully compliant with youth protection. That is a very sad statistic. And you know that all these councils, they are laying themselves open to problems and issues. The youth protection training teaches you how to avoid the kind of situation that might get you into trouble, the kind of situation where you can recognize maybe another predator who's there. And they also, if there is some issue, if you've taken this training, that is a point in your favor if there is a lawsuit or God forbid or anything like that. So it's so important to take this training for the Grand Knight and there are three directors who need to take the training. So if all four take the training and the council is, oh, and by the way, this came up yesterday, we will not accept Grand Knight. I've seen quite a few of those. I'm sorry, that doesn't count. The Supreme allow it, I consider it a loophole. That's not being a good member of the Knights of Columbus effectively. Oh, I see a loophole, I can say, just put my name down for the ball, right? No, it's going to be 4 different people for this award. So what you will receive is a special version of the pin, and this is only going to be available to those councils who are fully compliant. All 4 of the members that are compliant will receive this special pin. I don't know whether you can read it, but there's a banner at the bottom. It's like the regular state pin, but there's a banner at the bottom that says Youth Protection Compliant. We hope that this will incentivize and for them to get it, all 4 members. So, in those situations where we've got 3 members are compliant, but 1 isn't, nobody gets the pin. So we really hope that they will beat up on the other guys and make sure he gets compliant so that they can get this. So continuing with the thank you for districts. Now you guys are going to be very interested in this. Remember the 12 Nights by Christmas we ran last year? Not many people actually received this award, but our state membership director, Patrick Farley, his district, received the award. So recruit 12 members net by Christmas. The district deputy will receive a $100 check and a special mention in all our publications. The Resurrection by Easter, the DDs of councils receiving the Resurrection Award, that is, if you remember, councils which have not recruited a member in 2 years, recruit 3 new members by Easter. The district deputy for each council that receives that award will receive a $50 check. For Delta Church Drives, DDs of districts where all councils in your district host a Delta Drive will receive a Knights of Columbus shirt. And if your district wins this award twice in a row, twice in the year, for the spring and for the fall one and the spring one, we won't give you a second shirt, we'll give you one of these special KC jackets. So we're saying thank you. We're saying thank you for you doing your job. And the youth protection, if you're all 4 or all 6 or whatever, how many councils you have, if all your councils are compliant, then the district deputy will receive this youth protection line in as well. Okay. And we have not forgot the regional directors, regional consultants. We thank you. We're going to formalize your position a little bit more this year. We have a bit more work for you to do. So we're going to say thank you to you by if you have 3 or more districts in your region earn the Delta Drive Award, then you will receive a walnut crucifix. And if you win this award in both spring and fall, then we'll provide you with one of these nice KC caps. And I hope this got Neil Patrick really excited, I'll tell you. So I hope this is going to excite everybody. So this is available now to all members. You don't have to be Grand Knights, or this could be anything. All members. This is a trip program. This is going to be drawn at the 2021 State Convention. Now, how do you get an entry? Well, all you have to do is recruit 3 members. Personally recruit 3 members. You recruit 3 members, your name gets put in the entries for the drawing. If you recruit 3 more members, you get another entry. So every time you recruit 3 new members to the Knights, your name goes in the entry. So the more you recruit, the more enters you will get, so the more chance you have of having your name pulled out. There will be 1 winner, and to be drawn at the 2021 State Convention. So the winner will have a choice of Breezy's Diamond Golf Package. So what this includes is 3 to 4 days of unlimited golf with a power cart on Breezy's White Birch and Breezy's traditional golf course out at Breezy Point. I'm assuming you know what Breezy is. Included is lodging in Breezy Inn for 3 nights, a choice of menu dinners and restaurants, breakfast and brunch each day, plus, and this is important, plus for your ladies, $100 spa treatment. All this, and we will even pay for your mileage to and from Breezy. So, second choice. So the first choice obviously was for the couple who likes golf. Now this is for the couple who likes to fish. Oh, there we go. So this package includes 2 nights lodging in the Breezy Inn, breakfast each morning, lunch each day, dinner each evening, and a fishing guide will pick you up at Breezy for a full day of guided fishing on one of the lakes in the Brainerd and Cross Lake area. They will provide everything needed for a great day of fishing. All you need is a valid fishing license, some snacks, refreshments, which you can get from Breezy. We might even arrange for them to give you that. And they'll take care of the rest. And of course, we'll pay the mileage for your travel from home to Breezy Point. This is for the fishing couple. So third choice is called a Taste of Breezy. So this is for the couple who just want to relax and enjoy each other's company. So there will be a 4-day, 3-night package for 2 that includes lodging in the Breezy Inn, breakfast each morning, and then dinner, 1 night at the Antlers restaurant, 1 night at Palmer's Grill, 1 night at the Marina 2 restaurant, so you get to taste each of the restaurants. All with your choice of the menu. That includes things like premium steaks. I forgot to put this up there, so there we go. Premium steaks, seafood, and combos such as, this sounds delicious, prime rib and cold water lobster. With a glass of house wine, with dinner, and $100 spa treatment for the ladies. We put this in because we have a feeling that the ladies are going to push the knife. Wow, this sounds good, I feel like that. $100 spa treatment. I like the look of that steak. So all this is mileage from your home to Breezy. So these are a way of saying thank you to those Knights who do the recruiting. Details, as I mentioned, we'll hand them out to you as you leave, and you'll see them in the nightly news. So expectations. So communications, here's that word again. So we would like to have quarterly regional meetings. So we expect that the regional coordinators will organize quarterly meetings. Now these can be virtual, but all the district deputies in the districts, in the region, are expected to attend. We expect you, as part of your job, to attend these meetings. And it's up to the regional coordinator how he organises that. But I would suggest that the virtual meeting is a good way to do it. There are so many ways now. We would like the district deputies to organise biannual, twice a year, district meetings. Try and do it within a month of the organisational meeting, this meeting, and then the midwinter meeting. Try and do it within a month of that while everything's still fresh in your mind, you've still got all the information. Again, it can be a virtual meeting, but at least the Grand Knight and the membership director of each council should attend. Not too hard these days when we make it. And it could be a combination of that, with a physical meeting, as we're having here. We're having you all. I'm so glad that you were able to come. But many nights did not feel comfortable yet mixing with a group. And so we have some watching, our live streaming. We have some that are going to, we're recording all these presentations. Some are going to watch the presentations later today, or later on today, however they want to. They may attend virtually, but we expect the district deputy to provide a report to the council membership. Now, we want the DDs to provide, I know this sounds like a lot, but we want each DD to provide a monthly report on the first of each month, starting at the 1st of August, to the regional coordinator. And if you don't do this, he's going to hound you until he gets it. Now we're going to make this report very easy. You don't have to write anything. We're going to provide an Excel sheet. And all you have to do is say which councils you visited and one or two other bits of information about each of them. It will take truly 5 minutes of your time, but it will provide us with much needed information. We need to see where there are problems before they get too serious. So, see it happening. We can see trends, those kind of things with these monthly reports. So, expectations. All right. Now this is, you can smile now, this is the last slide, but it's a big expectation. And here it is. Minnesota is awarded the Circle of Honor in 2021. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I hope that we're allowed you to see some of the enthusiasm that we have about this association. And I hope that you will have it too. It's not just important that we do our job, it's important that we have fun too. I hope you will have fun. If you're not having fun, give me a call. I'll tell you a joke. Something. That was just silly, I'll think of. But truly, we do want you to have fun. So now I would like to introduce our Regional Growth Director, Joe Ramirez. And he's actually going to call in. This is live. So we're just getting him on the phone now. Oh, we got it. Here he goes. Okay, Joe.
He's smiling at that picture.
Yeah.
Hi, great show, David. Great.
Can we get a bit more volume? We're trying.
You hear Dave?
Yes, good.
Can you hear me?
We can now, yeah. Yep.
That's the people when I still had dark hair, guys. Anyway, I do want to thank you for inviting me today. I do also, first, I want to thank Mark Peters and his lovely wife Sharon for their hospitality these last 2 years. And I certainly welcome the new administration coming in with David and his wife, and look forward to their hospitality. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the DAs and the field agents for everything that they've done and will continue to do. I want to thank you, sir. With that said, it's been a challenging year. It's been another challenging year. charter and the church. This pandemic has created a new reality, and nothing will ever be the same as we understand it. I congratulate all of you for pivoting and adopting new ways of engaging and current members and recruiting new members. The spring night noted in his remarks that the Knights of Columbus are more vital and needed more today than ever before. This could be one of our finest moments. None of us plan to be leaders in a pandemic, but how we lead and how we respond to the new reality is the real test in leadership. As a district head, you have one of the most important jobs in the order. You have one of the most fun jobs in the order. I really enjoy being a district head. And you are the eyes and ears of the spring night and also the state committee. As you will be hearing shortly from Mark McMullen, I'd like to say a couple things, several things that are key to being successful in your role. What is most important is to keep communication at a high level, at all levels, particularly with our council leaders. You need to be their trusted advisors, showing them where the opportunities are for growth and member engagement, showing them how to do things and sharing with them the best practices on a regular basis. Equally important is to inspire and motivate your council leaders to do the things that they need to do to engage men and to bring more men into the order. Let me finish talking about some areas that I suggest you really focus on. I ask that you please reinforce the importance for councils to get off the fast part. Councils that typically struggle in the summer months never catch up by getting where they want, and they struggle the remainder of the year. It's very important for councils to have the leadership teams in place in July so we can have a fast start to the year and be fully staffed. We also need to continue to encourage councils to be recruiting during this pandemic. This will involve identifying and engaging new ways of bringing in prospects and new ways of doing things. Emphasize the why of joining Knights of Columbus. Why we need to join the Knights of Columbus. Because we want to help the church and the people in our local community. First, the membership of Columbus is more, as the spring night said, it's being someone, not just doing something. Continue to promote our spring-led online exemplifications. Over 4,200 men joined the order today via these exemplifications. Starting July 2nd, the frequency will be one per week in English, Spanish, and French. English being on Thursdays, Spanish Wednesdays, and French on Tuesdays. Encourage councils to take advantage of our new on-demand exemplifications as well. If you guys haven't heard that, I'm sure that the worthy membership director, Patrick, and Dave will elaborate on that later today. In the first 3 days that this has been available, 53 men joined the order. Demand exemplification, and that will continue to grow. Encourage it for local virtual exemplification. So far, out of the 75 jurisdictions, we have 8 jurisdictions that have already formed new district teams. Continue to promote how easy it is to join online via KOFC.org join. Maximize awareness of faith in action and leave no neighbor behind programs, which you just heard. We all know programs drive membership. These programs are key to membership growth. What is most important is to make sure that council leaders are familiar with all of these programs and that councils meet with their pastors to determine the best program or the best fit for in the parish and the local community. Getting council leaders open to trying new things, doing new programs. Every jurisdiction suffers this. Remind council leaders that if the councils are not growing and they keep doing the same things, they will keep getting what they have been. They should keep doing what is working for them. but be open to trying new things. And listen to the new guy that comes on board with a new idea. Listen to him, maybe try it. Proactively promote incentives. As David just lined up a bunch of good incentives at that bridging point, I think really looks super nice. So that all councils are notified, make sure you promote and you advertise those. The spring council has also developed numerous state, district, council, and individual member incentives, and you'll be seeing that as we go forward today. Make sure that the councils all know about these. Training, David mentioned that we do have a trainer. Reach out to the council or regional training director for the region. He is a super spontaneous guy that got super actions. And he's highly motivated and here to help you. Also, I want you to keep in mind that our Hispanic Development Field Coordinator, Marty Izagari, will be in contact, especially with the Hispanic coordinators. So, in conclusion, thanks for accepting this leadership position to all you members. As I said earlier, your position is one of the most important in the order. Remember that in your role, you wear a lot of hats. You're a teacher, you're a trainer, you're a coach, you're a motivator. But your most important role is to inspire and motivate your council leaders to do what they need to do best. Engage their members and grow the order. Make achieving Star Districts your goal. I know that you can all do that. And know that you have the support of our home office staff and our field staff to assist you in every possible way that we can. Worthy statement, thank you for the opportunity to address your group today. Good luck to all of you and Viva Jesus.
Thank you, Joe. Gentlemen, we're going to have to do a little bit of rearranging here because I was having so much fun that I just used about double the time that I was allotted, so I apologize. So just a slight difference here. I'm going to invite Patrick up here. He's going to introduce a guest that we have here today, and then his guest is going to just say a few words. So please, Patrick.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll tell you who I am later, my regular presentation, so I just want to introduce the topic. One of the things I'm going to be covering in my presentation is a new partnership with Catholic schools, especially here in the Archdiocese. You may know this gentleman I'm about to introduce from our Mass of the Holy Spirit 2 years ago in our summit last fall with the Catholic School Center of Excellence. And that's been a fruitful partnership that we hope will become even more fruitful. And Mike has agreed to work with Dave and me on our team, further expand this relationship and partnership, which we believe will be an effective collaboration for both of us. So, Mike, you want to come up and I'll introduce you. Mike Halloran is actually the Vice President of Development for the Catholic School Center of Excellence.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. Almost good afternoon, good morning, other nights. Just, I want to express a couple of messages to all of you today and all of those who are going to be watching. This first is just a message of gratitude. At Cisco, we are a new organization. We're 5 years old, and we support the 79 Catholic grade schools, pre-K to 8, here in the Greater Archdiocese of St. Paul, Minneapolis. There's about 21,000 students in those schools. And we were from the focus of growing enrollment. We were losing enrollment significantly in our Catholic schools. So we were committed to growing enrollment and growing excellence in our Catholic schools. And over that 5-year period of time, we've been very successful in those endeavors. We are a supporting organization of Catholic Church. Bishop Cousins is on our board. We aren't the Archdiocese, but we're a supporting organization. Through all of that, we do a lot of neat things with our schools and our students, and one of them is the Mass of the Holy Spirit. So 2 years ago, we brought together 12,000 students from our schools. Many of our priests clergy, religious, principals, teachers for an amazing event. And the Knights of Columbus, both Supreme and States, made that possible because you sponsored it. And so a huge gratitude to you for that, the Knights. We also did a Coats for Kids drive in and around that. I think there's around 10,000 items. Coats, mids, gloves, well over 10,000. So I usually went up, so I should have 20,000. And distributed throughout the state. So that was fantastic. And I got, I was blessed to be able to work with the state leadership and especially Patrick and Dave and so Mark Peters. And so we've been knocking around how can we continue that relationship where we can connect the Knights more even thoughtfully and more intentionally with our schools, get these parents, get these young dads and families aware and engaged. We're committed to that, to help in that way with the Catholic School Center of Excellence. So I'm excited about this opportunity to work with Dave and Patrick and all of you on that. And so on behalf of all of us with the Catholic School Center of Excellence, all our schools, thank you. God bless you all. And then finally, I wouldn't mind that breezy award thing. We'll get that breezy thing. So what do I got to do to do that one? Okay. And then I want the fishing package. If I can do the fishing package, it'll be great. Thanks for having me. God bless you all.
Voting to you.
Oh, thank you, sir. I didn't bring the gavel out, otherwise you can return the gavel. That's symbolic, right? Symbolic. The lunch is going to be arriving, or maybe has already arrived. We're going to continue with the program. I think, did lunch actually arrive? Greg? Yeah. So maybe we'll rearrange things a little bit to you can, instead of going into the round table room there, please get your lunch and bring it back in here. We're going to show you the Faith in Action video while you're having your lunch that Father Gabriel and Father Marty put together with a little bit of help from me. And so we hope you'll have fun with that. Intentionally, there is a great message. Intentionally, there's a little bit of humor, and we hope that you'll find it worthwhile, interesting, and encourage you as the councils to watch it. So please feel free to go out and get your lunch and bring it back in here, please, and then we'll start the video.
Prayer?
Yeah, please. Sorry, folks. Yes, Father, quickly say a prayer.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Bless us.
Lord, these are thy gifts, which we are about to receive, on thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
David, how are you doing? Very well. Good. Well.
Hey, good, how are you?
Everybody's reasonably settled. Just one quick thing before we do the Faith in Action video. Last night, we had an installation of the state office. We had a mass and installation of the state office. And we also installed whoever was here of the new district deputies. So we have all the district deputy jewels, well, we don't call them jewels anymore, medals of office, are all blessed. But we were missing one of the new district deputies, Brother Tim Cummins. So I would like him to please come forward, and we'll do a quick little ceremony. So, Brother Tim, can everybody hear me okay? Sure. People don't usually have trouble hearing me, I'm telling you, but, so in the presence of your friends and brothers, please stand and raise your right hand and answer truthfully the questions I ask. Do you promise to support and obey the Constitution and laws of our order? I do. Do you promise loyalty and devotion to the Church and to the Holy Father, the Bishop, and Priest? I do. Do you promise to devote the necessary time to the discharge of your responsibilities as designated by the laws of the order? I do. Do you promise to keep the welfare and good of the order uppermost in your mind and to promote it to the best of your ability? I do. Accepting your promises and given in good faith, I now declare that you are duly installed in your office and are authorized to conduct the business of the Minnesota Council until such time as you have been officially succeeded. I will now install you with a medal of office. For the district deputy, Tim Cummins. So you call it down here. I invest you with this jewel, emblematic of your office. May you ever wear it proudly so as to bring honor and dignity to the order and to yourself. Congratulations, Tim. Thank you. So now I believe we might want to dim the lights again, and we're going to show you the Faith in Action video that the fathers and I put together.
Hello, everyone. I'm Minnesota State Deputy Dave Watner, and I'm here with State Chaplain Father Gabriel Walsh and Associate State Chaplain Father Martin Schaefer. We'd like to talk to you about the Faith in Action programs, especially those which are designed to strengthen men and their families in the Catholic faith. As we all know, one of the main reasons that Father Michael McGivney founded the Knights of Columbus in 1882 was that Catholics in that time were a despised and persecuted minority in this country. And he saw his parishioners being tempted away from their faith to join secret fraternal societies, which promised advancement to men willing to give up their faith. He saw a need for a Catholic fraternal order that would provide an environment where men could be mutually strengthened in their faith. We are no longer despised and persecuted, but we are tempted from all sides by such evils as pornography, drug and alcohol abuse, and other elements which would lead us away from our faith. In recent years, this has been a side of our order that was somewhat neglected and took second place to our charitable works. However, in 2019, the Surge with Service program was replaced by a new program called Faith in Action, which complements our great charitable programs such as the Ultrasound Program, Coats for Kids, Global Wheelchair Mission, and Special Olympics, with new programs which inspire men and their families beyond mere facts or religious practice, to an authentic connection with a loving God and his Son, Jesus Christ. Listen to Supreme Knight Carl Anderson.
My brother knights, as you can see, the crisis in our church is really a crisis of evangelization, or rather, it is a crisis of a failure of evangelization. In a particular way, it is a failure to evangelize the Catholic family and to evangelize within the Catholic family. Such a crisis cannot be adequately responded to without the action of Catholic husbands and Catholic fathers. 3 decades ago, St. John Paul II told us that the lay faithful have, he said, an essential and irreplaceable role in the Church's mission of evangelization. So today I say to you that the Knights of Columbus has an essential and irreplaceable role in confronting the crisis we now face as a church. And so today, I announce to you a great new initiative. The Knights of Columbus will rise to meet this challenge. We will take up our essential and irreplaceable role. We must become, again, a church that evangelizes. A church that evangelizes its children and its families, and most importantly, its young adults. And at the same time, we must reach out to those who do not yet know the Christ who is the way, the truth, and the life. We can and we must do this by our witness and by a charity that evangelizes. As I said earlier, this crisis calls for knights. Today, the Knights of Columbus has the tools to meet this crisis on 2 important levels. First, because of our Faith in Action model, we now have effective programs to meet the challenges we face, programs to evangelize and strengthen Catholic family life. And with our men's spirituality and our marriage spirituality, this is especially true, especially those programs like Into the Breach, Complete My Joy, and The Family, Fully Alive.
As you heard, our Supreme Knight challenges us to enrich our faith beyond simple attendance at weekly masses, and to be in the forefront of a movement back to our true faith, not just for Brother Knights, but for all Catholics. Here's Father Gabriel and Father Martin with more details.
Thank you, worthy State Deputy David Whatmuff. As he has mentioned, my name is Father Gabriel Walls, and I am the State Chaplain for the Minnesota Knights of Columbus. And today I'd like to introduce you to some of our Faith in Action programs available through the Knights of Columbus, and encourage you to consider engaging in some of these within your own parish, within your own council, and to encourage your families also to get involved. When we think of the domestic church, what are we talking about? Well, the word domestic, of course, it comes from the Latin root domus, which is house, and then church. You know what church means. We have the church behind me here, my parish of Sacred Heart. But the domestic church is the church within your home, the existence of those members of the body of Christ who are directly entrusted to your care. You are men of the church. Your domestic church, that part of the church which is in your home, is part of your unique and special care, entrusted into your hands by God. My brothers, we have these programs titled Faith in Action in order to try to help you to live your faith within your family, within your parishes, within your councils, and to aid the larger community around. So, my brothers, today I encourage you to consider, if you haven't already done so, and perhaps even if you've already done them in the past, to engage in these programs aimed at growing the life of faith within your community. Because at the end of the day, what is it all about? At the end of our lives, what has been our greatest hope and desire, if not the Lord, when we stand face to face with Him? How much will we have longed to say that we had been with Him, we had known Him, we had grown to love Him more and more every day of our lives. Don't put it off. Don't wait. Don't regret not having done so when that day comes. My brothers, now is the perfect time to spend this time growing in your faith, helping your brothers and the others within your community to grow in their faith as well. So today we'll be introducing you to some of the Faith in Action programs, and I encourage you also to explore them in greater detail by visiting the website, by looking in the booklets, by speaking to others who have engaged in these projects, into these programs already. God bless you. Know that you are in my prayers, and I look forward to sharing these with you as well. My brothers, the goal of these Faith in Action programs is to strengthen our men and their families in the faith. When we entered the order, we were reminded to constantly inform ourselves in the Catholic faith, and this formation goes beyond merely repeating the facts or religious practice to an authentic connection with our loving God and His Son, our Lord Jesus Christ. And so today I'd like to share with you what those programs are. First of all, we have the RSVP program. This stands for Refund Support Vocation Program. And of course, as you well know, the Knights of Columbus have long been tremendous supporters of those discerning a call to religious life. As I went through my formation to receive ordination, I also was supported by different councils within the Knights of Columbus. Even so, this program is one of the ways in which you can support those who are discerning a call to follow the Lord with their lives and to give their all for Him. We also have the Into the Breach program. Into the Breach is an apostolic exhortation written by Bishop Olmsted. In this exhortation, Bishop Olmsted invites men across the nation, within our culture, within this moment of time, to step into the breach, to go into battle for other Catholic men, and to urge us wholeheartedly to embrace those masculine virtues given us by God in a world in crisis. This program includes also not only the apostolic exhortation of Bishop Olmsted, but a study guide at the end that you can do with the men of your council, or perhaps even with the men of your parish in general. Then, of course, we have the Marian Prayer Program, which seeks to spread devotion to Our Lady and to pray for our brothers and sisters in faith at risk around the world. The Marian Prayer Program presents the 18th Marian image sponsored by the Knights of Columbus. This time, Our Lady, Help of Persecuted Christians. As we recall that John and Mary stood at the foot of the cross as Jesus died upon the cross, And Jesus said to his mother, "Behold your son," and to John, "Behold your mother." Even so we have received through John, as members of the body of Christ, his church, this same invitation to call Mary our mother. Even so she is the mother over those members of the church who are suffering in this time. And so in a particular way, through this program, we invite one another to hold those suffering members of the body of the church who are suffering to be kept close to our hearts in our prayer. Similarly, the Rosary program seeks to foster our devotion and deepen it with our Blessed Mother, through her, to the Lord Jesus, by meditating upon those mysteries of the Rosary. And so with this devotion, we seek to build faithful families and communities through our recitation of the Rosary. The Building the Domestic Church kiosk that you saw me standing next to just a moment ago is a tremendous opportunity to get materials into the hands of our men and just of our fellow parishioners in general, to help us to grow in our knowledge of the Lord and of his church. Because the greater we have knowledge of these beautiful, beautiful things, the greater our capacity will be to grow in our love for him and for the church that he has given us. The Spiritual Reflection Program, you might think of this as an opportunity to take Jesus up on his invitation in the Gospels, extended to his disciples, to come away, to draw out of the world. Come up the mountain, he says, to be alone with Jesus. So many times in our journey of life, we can get so caught up in the busyness of our lives that we can get a sense of it being hard to focus our hearts on the Lord. As Jesus invited those first disciples, so this Spiritual Reflection program invites us to go on retreat with the Lord, to break away from the busyness of life and to be still with him, through whom we have come into being and in whom we place all our hopes. Similarly, the Holy Hour program is a tremendous opportunity that we have, my brothers, to spend time with that same Lord, not on retreat, but this time within your parish, and perhaps on a more frequent basis. Taking a Holy Hour can happen especially if you have an adoration chapel in your parish, but even if you don't, if the doors to the church are open, perhaps you can just schedule a time to be there, to have a commitment from your brother knights, to be present in the church, to take that time to pray, to consecrate your families, to consecrate your councils, to consecrate your parishes and communities to the Lord, holding them all in your prayers. As Jesus said to those first disciples in the garden the night before he died, "Could you not remain with me even 1 hour?" Can we not take this time to be still with the Lord in the midst of all of the busyness of our lives? And finally, the Sacramental Gifts program is a kind of a special way of honoring those who receive the various sacraments of the church. Of course, the 7 sacraments of the church are so precious, beautiful gifts of the Lord's grace communicated to us. And this program seeks to honor those who receive those gifts, those sacraments, by giving them a little extra gift to sort of help celebrate the solemnity of what is being honored, that they have received this sacramental grace, yes, and we're going to give them this little token to help them remember this moment. And so, my brothers, I hope this was a helpful overview of some of the programs available, and I hope always that you will seek and strive after the Lord with all your hearts. Know that you are very much in my prayers each and every day, and know also that I am so grateful for all of the good works that you, my brother knights, have done within your local communities, even within your families, and through each of us trying to do this in our local area, what the Knights of Columbus has been able to do on a much grander scale. Praise God for that tremendous witness, and I hope these programs will help us to foster the faith through which all of the other actions of our lives can be motivated. May God bless and keep you always.
Hello, my name is Father Maury Schaefer, who's Associate Chaplain for the Minnesota Knights of Columbus. And I want to thank Worthy State Deputy Dave Wotmoff and Father Gabriel Walls. It's good to take a little time to review, to reflect at a deeper level what this Faith in Action program is all about for the Knights of Columbus, and I'm grateful for this opportunity. And just think about this for a minute as I begin my words, and it's the idea of an awakening of the heart, an awakening of our hearts. What it is really, again, to repeat Dave Wotmoff's introduction a little bit, it's that renewed personal encounter with Jesus Christ. And it awakens something deep within our bones, deep within our heart, deep within our soul. We ponder on the words of Ezekiel when it's written in that book, I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within you, and I will take the stony heart out, and I will give them a heart of flesh. What does this mean, this heart of flesh? We know this beautiful heart of Jesus, the sacred heart of Jesus. We want a heart like that, a heart of the Good Shepherd, a heart that knows the undying love of God for each and every one of us. So we want to engage life with a new vigor, with a new energy, and certainly not as business as usual, because look around. The world is not operating as business as usual. There's so many things, but what can we do? What is the good that all of us can do as disciples of Jesus Christ and as Knights of Columbus? And we look to St. Joseph. We look to St. Joseph today. And as he was chosen by God to protect Mary and Jesus in so many ways, in so many profound and simple ways, but courageous and bold ways as well, protecting them, providing for them. We think about that theological virtue today as well as we think about St. Joseph, we think about our own hearts being renewed. We think about the theological virtue of faith. And we know that the theological virtues relate directly to God. So we want to focus on faith. It is that virtue by which we believe in God and believe all that he has said and revealed to us. And that the church proposes for our belief because he is truth itself. And the Catechism also says, by faith we commit ourselves to God. We seek to know and to do God's will. We not only keep the faith, but we live on it, and we profess it, and we confidently bear witness to it, and then we spread it. So as Knights of Columbus, faith in action, this profound gift of faith given to us, we want to give it away. We want to live in it and live on it. And so I want to talk about two components of Faith in Action program: family and life. Family, this portion of the program, is developed for families and by families. Father McGivney sought to strengthen the familiar bond of father to mother and children to parents. So we are ready. We are ready to meet the challenge to be faith-filled families. These family programs are a response to our society that seeks to weaken the bonds of family. And these programs help us to live this call to live as the domestic church. Here are the things that we can do in this portion of Faith in Action. Food for Families, Family of the Month and Year, Keep Christ in Christmas, Family Fully Alive, Family Week, Consecration to the Holy Family, Family Prayer Night, and Good Friday Family Promotion. And I just leave most of this up to your reading, but I just want to highlight two activities. Family Fully Alive. Think about that for a minute. What does it mean, and you look at your own family, what does it mean to be fully alive, not just as an individual, but as a family as a whole? It begins with inviting God into your homes and to cultivate a miniature domestic church. And you can use the Family Fully Alive booklet as a devotional guide. There are monthly themes, reflections, meditations, and group projects. It's a way, through prayer and reflection, where each family can grow in holiness together. So that's Family Fully Alive. Another one that I was drawn to is Consecration to the Holy Family. This is to help families live out the joy of Christ. For each individual member of the family can devote themselves to be a beacon of hope to the members of their family, and together that family can be a beacon of hope to others in both parish and in their community. Very two dynamic ways of igniting the fire of love within your family. Again, Family Fully Alive and Consecration to the Holy Family. Just want to encourage your hearts to pray, where is it that the Holy Spirit is guiding you to bring it about in your own individual councils and families. And then the other portion, moving from family to life, you think about that as followers of Christ and Knights of Columbus, we're encouraged by Pope St. John Paul II to be committed to the defense of life in all of its stages and in every condition. There is hope, brothers, that we can build a culture of life and a civilization of love. Imagine that. Let that capture your imagination for a minute here. Think about what things can be by our faithful response to the movement of the Holy Spirit in our councils and our families. And these activities in the life category of the Faith in Action program assures us that we are ready to assist those in need. I'll give you a list of what's available in this life category. There's Marches for Life, Special Olympics, Ultrasound Program, Christian Refugee Relief, Silver Rose, Mass for People with Special Needs, Pregnancy Center Support, and Novena for Life. There's a lot there. You can't do it all. As a council, pray through that, what might be. But I just want to highlight 3 for your consideration. Marches for Life. It comes around once a year in January, and the Knights of Columbus can be a leader in maybe sponsoring a bus, bringing families together through prayer, building up to the march, and then reflecting on it, on some things after the march. What does it mean to gather at the state capitol, to hear talks, to be present, to witness? Another one that I would encourage is Mass for People with Special Needs. I was a pastor for 20 years and a rector, now a vice rector and dean of formation at the Immaculate Heart of Mary Seminary. And we're standing in a place of prayer and worship at the center of formation here. When seminarians gather here every day, they gather here for Mass and prayer. And we pray, we gather, and how important it is to gather, to pray, to have Mass at the center of our lives. But what would it look like if a parish would gather those on the fringe or maybe forgotten with special needs and honor them and pray with them and bless them and care for them? And then the final one that I would just give for your consideration is Novena for Life. 9-day of prayers. And this is again described in the booklet. Committed to prayer for life. And a novena is a beautiful way to do it. There's plenty to do, brothers. There's plenty to do in the areas of life and family. We can't do it all. And I can't emphasize enough to ask the Holy Spirit to guide your councils to follow God's lead. He's the architect of your council's activity. God is the architect of your own heart and of your own family. You need to consult the architect, the divine architect, the one who has given us life, the one who has given us his spirit of goodness and mercy. May God bless you.
One of my hobbies is cooking, and when I'm trying a new dish, I make sure to carefully follow the recipe and ensure that I have the correct tools and ingredients I need. The Faith in Action Guide provides the recipes for these programs and describes the tools and resources that you can obtain from Supreme. Nobody expects you to be an expert right away. I don't have chef-level knife skills, so I proceed slowly and carefully when cutting my vegetables. In the same way, you can be successful in these programs if you take it slowly and follow the guide and provided materials carefully. Since we started planning this video in March, we were hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, and Supreme Knight Carl Anderson instituted the Leave No Neighbor Behind initiative. This video would not be complete without a mention of that here. And during this health emergency, we encourage you to engage in the 5 types of service activities described in that program. Support your brother knights, support your parish, support your community, feed the hungry, and participate in blood drives. All of these are, of course, very important, and we've been very proud of the great work being done by councils around the state. But note that number 1 on this list is support of your brother knights. This relies on a commitment from every council to contact every single member of the council to ensure that he is safe and well and to assist him if in need. Please don't just send out an email blast. Use your council phone tree to make sure that each member receives a personal phone call, or failing that, a personal visit. Personal being the key word here. Most of these programs will work well within the guidelines of the health and safety regulations established during the COVID-19 pandemic. But make sure that you work closely with your pastor and the parish administration so that you can comply with any local rules set for your diocese and parish. Stay well and stay safe. I hope that we've provided enough description of these new programs that will encourage you to run them in your council. If your council already runs one or more of the programs that interest you in these categories, speak to the program chairman and offer to help. If you're interested in a program that your council does not currently run, speak to the chancellor or program director and offer to chair a program. Most of these programs are open to all, so make sure that an event is well publicized in the parish bulletin, on your council website or Facebook page, or even in local media. If you need help, don't hesitate to call or email any one of us or the state chairman of the specific program. Contact information can be found for all of these on the state website. Good luck, God bless, and Vivat Jesus!
Well, thank you for your patience, gentlemen. Of course, it's not a professional video, but When we first started this, the plan was to actually have it professionally filmed and edited and all that kind of thing. And then it occurred to us that, you know, since the pandemic, people have really got used to seeing, you know, people on webcams, you know, either, you know, our governor, some of the, you know, the TV personalities and all. So, you know, I think the fact that it's not professional maybe might, you know, might make it more effective. I hope so anyway. So we, you know, as I mentioned, we really want to encourage councils to have an increased emphasis on these programs that are part of the Faith in Action Guide, while still doing the Leave Don't Ever Behind our thoughts. That is so God. But so the plan is that we're going to put this on the state website and make it available to anybody who just click, you know, just have to click on the link. But we'd like you to encourage all your councils to play this video at their membership meeting, or to at least let their members know that this link is available if they don't physically go to the membership meeting. So we'd like, you know, like it to be seen by every member would be great, but that's of course a little bit beyond expectations. But we'd like it to be seen by as many as possible and to encourage them to really work on these faith programs. So thank you. I think you know, rather than perhaps we'll just take a very short break, just a 5-minute, like a, you know, a comfort break, as they call it euphemistically. So if anybody wants to visit the bathroom, and then we'll go straight into, I think it's Mark McMillan is next on the list. So please, yeah, just 5 minutes, and then we'll get back and we'll start the Mark McMillan video.
We have more people on we can shut it down, but we're up in compliance with all the CDC requirements. Okay? Yeah, we are as legit as legit. So when's your break? When is your regular council meeting? Thursday. That's a regular. What's a regular meeting? Okay, so that's. I said, well, yeah. I can read it. I just write it myself.
In order, you're going to change the name of that.
Gentlemen, if you take seats, please.
They want you to start calling it the membership.
So we don't have to, stay all night.
Yeah, they broke it down.
We got a new name for me?
That's what we want you.
So if you wouldn't mind starting the
It's still going to be called.
presentation, please.
Hello, brothers. My name is Mark McMullen, Senior Vice President of Membership and Marketing in the Fraternal Mission Department. I am delighted to participate in your District Deputy Organizational meeting today and present a presentation on membership growth. My objective today, brothers, is to give you the tools and resources that you need to lead your districts to a successful year. My discussion will focus on three major areas. First, I will give you a quick membership update regarding how the order is doing year to date. And next, I'll focus on what keys to success should be in your specific districts in order to have a wonderful year and achieve goals that have been outlined. And then lastly, and equally important, what are some strategies that you could implement for getting off to a fast start in your respective district? First, let me start with a brief membership update. Through the end of February, right before the pandemic hit, we were doing pretty well as an order overall. The U.S. was pretty much on par with last year in terms of intake, and as you can see from these numbers here, Canada, Mexico, and the Philippines and the order were positive. Then we know what happened. The pandemic hit, brothers, and with that, we saw our numbers starting to decline, which has pretty much been the case all the way through the end of May and into June. But the good news is that we have made a lot of progress thanks to you and the job you've been doing in promoting our online exemplifications that we have been having at Supreme. We are doing these, as you know, twice a week in English and Spanish. We've been doing that now for a number of weeks, and we to date have had over 3,500 new members that have joined the Knights through these exemplifications. We are continuing to promote these aggressively. We likely will continue these beyond June 30th, and several states have on their own started their own district and regional exemplification teams. And we highly encourage all of you to do that within your jurisdictions. We talked to the state deputies about that during the state deputy meeting last week. So states and districts that would like to form your own teams, it's a relatively easy thing to do and does not take very long to ramp up. Now, brothers, let me dive into the section that I'm going to spend most of my time on today in the time that I'm going to be with you, and that is talking about keys to success. The first key to success, brothers, starts with building a strong team at the council level. You all know as district deputies how critical it is to have a strong team, and particularly to have the right people in the right positions. Brothers, please encourage your Grand Knights to put those teams in place as quickly as they can before July 1 or soon thereafter. And again, not to put their friends in positions that they are not capable of performing at a high level. That's a mistake that we've seen made that will only hurt a specific council. So again, make sure, particularly for key positions like membership director and program director, that the right people are being put in the right positions by the Grand Knights. Also, brothers, as a district deputy, it's key for you to communicate at a high level. We have tried to do that at Supreme, particularly in this time of pandemic, with pushing out a lot of communications in email form and via Nightline to leadership at all levels in the order. I would highly encourage you to do that as well on a consistent basis, and particularly focus on sharing best practices. What are some councils doing in the areas like membership and programs that you can share with other councils that might not be doing as well as some other councils? Please make that a priority. Another key to success is to encourage every council to develop their own business plan, their own playbook, their own strategic plan on how they're going to accomplish their goals for the year, and put that plan in writing and assess progress against that plan on a regular basis. We know that councils, much like states, that put together a written plan and hold themselves accountable to achieving the metrics that are outlined in that plan tend to be the most successful. Another key to success is to really get everyone at the council level to understand the whys. Now, what do I mean by that? And really, two things to consider are this. Why is membership growth so important? Is it because Supreme wants the numbers, or is it for another reason? And why is it important for everyone to recruit? Now, let me dive into the whys in a little bit of detail. When you think about why men should join the Knights of Columbus, we've got to show them what's in it for them. You know, they're going to join an organization that can do a number of things. We could be the organization that fills the void for men during the difficult times faced by the church in the last few years, and also be a catalyst for bringing men back to the church. That could be a key message strategy to use in recruiting. Another key message strategy, brothers, is that local communities need help now more than ever. And this is particularly magnified by the pandemic and addressed by all the various programs that we have going on now order-wide in the area of Faith in Action and Leave No Neighbor Behind. Our Leave No Neighbor Behind programs have been adopted on a broad basis by many councils order-wide, and they are making a difference. We all know that the church at this time needs help more than ever, and the Supreme Knight has always said, if not the Knights, then who? What is the work that's going to be required in opening back up masses to the public? Pastors are going to need help to do that. Another really good reason to join the Knights, to have more men to provide that very necessary work on a local parish basis. Another key reason to join the Knights is offering men the opportunity for fraternity and spiritual support that can help strengthen their family relationships and their local communities and build back support for our church, our bishops, and our priests. And I think one of the strongest whys is this. Being a member of the Knights of Columbus can help all of us be better men, better Catholics, better fathers, and better husbands. I have always encouraged everyone when they're recruiting potential Knights to tell their own personal story. Talk about why you joined the order. Why did you become a Knight? And what has membership in the Knights of Columbus meant for you? And how has it changed you? That's a very, very powerful witness and a very, very powerful story to share one-on-one with potential men that you were trying to recruit. In order for somebody to consider joining any organization, they have got to understand what's in it for me. And what's in it for me really relates directly to how can I benefit from my membership in the Knights of Columbus. That's the story we need to put out there, and that's the story that we need to tell. When I was State Deputy of Georgia, and I was given the opportunity to speak at pulpit announcements at various different events that were recruiting events, I would always say this, that membership in the Knights of Columbus gives you the opportunity to help people, to change lives, and to save lives, and to support our church bishops and priests at a time they need our support more than ever. And I would always conclude with this question: does this sound like an organization that you would like to be part of? Brothers, now that we've addressed the whys, let's go back to the keys to success list. The next point that I made here is really important in my mind because we all have this issue, is the opportunity to get all councils recruiting active. We all know that we've got councils in our jurisdictions, in your districts, that don't recruit men or that recruit a very few number of men. The key is to really understand why and how you can help them build the confidence, build the right approach in order to make recruiting a team effort and allow them to have success at it. If they can do that, it will keep the momentum going. And the council that has not been recruiting anybody for a while now will have the confidence to continue to recruit at a good level. Another area, brothers, that I think is key to your role as district deputies is to really overcome council leadership that is resistant to change. We all know those Grand Knights are out there that have the attitude that this is the way we do things at my council. And, you know, I really don't need to do anything differently or anything new. And I would say this to them. I would say, how well is that working for you? Are you being successful? Are you growing? Are you bringing new men in? Or if you did some things differently, adopting new programs, a different membership recruitment strategy, you might meet with more success. The next point, brothers, is the importance of holding all leaders accountable. Just as you as a district deputy are accountable to your state deputy, just as the state deputies are accountable to Supreme, the Grand Knights and the councils that you oversee need to be accountable to you. And the leaders, the directors, the key directors, such as particularly membership programs, they need to be accountable to the Grand Knights. If you instill a culture of accountability into all of your councils, the road to success will be paved with gold. We are all busy, and it's easy to be overwhelmed when we think about all the different things that we have to do. Meetings we have to attend, reports we have to prepare. But I want you to think about this, brothers. Your job is one of the most important in the order as a district deputy. And your number one job is to inspire and motivate your teams to be successful. You know all too well, as a district deputy, that training has got to be a priority. And the key here is to understand and know your councils well enough to know where they need the training. Do the officers need training on their roles and responsibilities? Do councils need training in membership growth, in membership retention, in programs? The key here, brothers, as district deputies, is to really know your councils well enough to know what training they need, and then to provide that training to them, either through the resources that you have in your state or through our regional training directors. We have a number of tools and resources out there available to use in recruitment and retention. Some are listed here, like our Into the Breach videos, the 12 video series that are absolutely wonderful in terms of talking about authentic masculinity and how men can grow in their faith. Our Everyday Heroes videos, which clearly demonstrate, knights in action, men putting their faith in action to help people in their local communities. And our most recent program initiative, Leave No Neighbor Behind, and all the different elements of those programs that help people in our local community, help our parishes, and boost up our faith. Another key to success, brothers, is to continue to target younger men and Hispanic and ethnic groups in your district. Take a look at the demographics in your district. Determine what opportunities there might be to target younger men, to target Hispanic and ethnic groups, and then work with your councils to develop strategies to do just that in partnership with us, and we will help you every step of the way. Working a strong member retention process is another very important key to success. I'm sure you'll all agree with that, brothers, because it does no good to recruit a man if we can't keep them. So important here is to really ensure that all of your councils have a retention director, and that retention director is making sure that every brother in that council is getting out of his membership what he looks to get out of his membership in the Knights. We need to give him every opportunity to do that in order to keep them. It is also critically important for the success of a council to build strong relationships with their pastors and to really meet with the pastor on a regular basis. The Grand Knights should definitely make that a priority and make sure the pastors know who the Knights are today. Ensure that they know about our Faith in Action programs, our Leave No Neighbor Behind programs, and all of the initiatives that we are embarking on at Supreme. And encourage them to support the Knights of Columbus and help you in the recruiting effort at the council level. And equally important, to ask the pastor how the Knights of that local council can best serve that pastor's needs. By doing that, that will make the pastor much more receptive to supporting the Knights. Equally important to our success is to promote online membership on a consistent basis and make sure the councils are comfortable and know how to use the prospect landing page tool to engage and sign up prospects at council events. Every council should have an online membership person that works directly with the membership director or the membership team at that council. And as I noted a few minutes ago, brothers, our Faith in Action and our Leave No Neighbor Behind programs are absolutely wonderful programs that can bring men into the order. We all know that programs drive membership, and there are no better programs to promote, to encourage men to join the order at this time than these programs. And last but not least, in terms of keys to success, is to encourage every Grand Knight and every council to build a very strong partnership with their general agents and field agents. The field agents particularly are committed to helping councils grow. And it's critically important at the council level to allow that field agent to build that strong partnership and to help in member recruiting. Lastly, brothers, I'd like to spend just a couple of minutes talking about some strategies to help your councils get off to a fast start. First, make sure that all of your councils have all of their officers and directors in place at the start of the fraternal year or shortly thereafter, and make sure they know what their job responsibilities are. Get them trained, get them the training they need, and hold them accountable. Another important thing is to make sure the councils don't give up the summer and wait till September to get going. Just like churches hold masses during the summer, they don't take the summer off. Councils shouldn't take the summer off either, because by doing so, it would put them farther behind in trying to meet the goals that they have set out for themselves for the year. I would also ask that you encourage all of your Grand Knights to appoint a communications director for their council, whose job should be to maximize visibility on a local basis in their communities and in their parish of all the good works that the Knights are doing locally, because that certainly will be a key to encouraging new men to join. Also, brothers, Supreme and your local jurisdictions are going to be working together to develop incentives to promote membership recruitment for the upcoming year. I would ask that you make it a priority to make sure that all of your councils are aware of all of these incentives and work to achieve them. In closing, brothers, let me focus on a couple of things. As I said earlier, your position as a district deputy is one of the most important in the order. You are the leader of your councils, and success has got to start with you. As the leader of your district, focus on keeping communication at a high level and sharing best practices regularly. Remember that as a leader of your district, your most important job is to inspire and motivate your council leadership teams to achieve their goals. And in doing so, I would ask that you hold yourself and your council leaderships accountable for that goal achievement. As a district deputy, it's your responsibility to assess your council's progress versus their goals regularly and to suggest adjustments as necessary. And finally, brothers, let me close with a thank you. As a district deputy, you have one of the most important jobs in the order. Your job is critical to the growth of the order. And you had the opportunity this year, through your leadership, to do something special. What do you want your legacy to be? I ask you to make it a priority to lead all of your councils to success and to help make 2020-2021 the best year in each of your councils so that they can say, this is the best year we have ever had. Your leadership, brothers, can help them get there. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for stepping up. Know that you have our support every step of the way at Supreme and with our field team, and Viva Jesu.
So, brothers, as you probably noticed, we are running a little pressed for time. I'm going to introduce State Membership Director Patrick Farley. Before I do, I just want to make sure that you know that all of these presentations are going to be available on the state website, including all the PowerPoints that came up. So I know that some of these were very wordy PowerPoints that were difficult to take notes for. So they will all be on the state website as well as the presentations. So, you know, as well as the voiceover that was in the background there. And I believe that what we're going to have to do is there are 2 or 3 pre-packaged presentations that we might just say, well, they're going to be on the same website, so I'd like to get your commitment to go and take a look at them when you get home. Because otherwise we're going to be here till 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. So let me introduce Patrick, State Membership Director. Please propose.
Thank you, worthy state deputy. This is the No Neighbor Left Behind face mask. It's available on nights here, $9.95. If you guys want to get that, you can. Came up pretty quickly, actually, so I thought I'd advertise that for you. I am setting the clock. I have 30 minutes. Start. Okay, here we go. My name is Patrick Farley. You may have known me as a district deputy. I'm actually still a district deputy with you guys for another year, splitting my councils with my district warden. But I'm actually, I've been called to serve the council, to serve the state council, to serve you guys and all our membership as your state membership director. And I want to thank my team, my membership team. I want to thank the state officers and you guys, district deputies, as an extension of the membership team. You really are an important part of the membership team, and I want you to be present to that. So I thank you, and I want you to thank your actual Grand Knights and their teams as well, because I can talk all I want and hope things happen, but ultimately, our success combined depends on you carrying the message to the people that you talk to, and them conveying the message you give them to the people they need to talk to. Any break in that chain, we know what happens. And more importantly, you know what doesn't happen. So, this whole topic of accountability means that you're going to take what you get here and you're going to use it. You're going to use it in your organizational meeting, right? Your district meeting. And when we email you guys, we expect you to respond, okay? That's a given. I'm going to respond to you if you email me. You respond to me when I email you. That's pretty cool, right? Can I get an amen on that one? Yeah. There we go. Got that out of the way. So you got a new relationship with your regional consultants this year that I think is going to be pretty cool. We're going to be leveraging that pretty heavily. So basically, this is about being faithful to the mission that we've all been entrusted with. Is that clicker over here? So let me go advance a couple slides here. And what we're going to talk about now are the recruitment best practices. Basically, they told me to take Mark McMullen's presentation and make it real for us here in Minnesota. We're going to talk about new council development, as much as I can say about that. Hispanic and college councils and online membership, which was already touched on to some degree. Probably he'd be hearing it again because we've been told that we need to repeatedly communicate with everybody, so that's what we're doing. So, the procurement best practices, you heard this before, this is slightly paraphrased, but basically being a knight is not so much about what you do, but it's about who you are, who you're being. That's kind of what they call ontology, right? It's the study of being. And that's an important way of approaching life in general. We're going to be talking more about that later. But basically, being somebody who is living by certain principles leads to your call to action. That's what the Faith in Action Initiative is about. Our actions are a reflection of our belief in a God who loves us and who saved us. Okay? So we're not playing the short game. We're not playing for tomorrow. We're playing the long game, which is eternity, right? And we want to play that eternity actually translates into our actions with Christ and our brothers and sisters. That's what it's all about. We know that I'm a coach for kids, guys, so I have a vested interest in the desire to sort of promote our programs and our charitable works, but I think it's impossible to separate our programs and their impact on membership. So you'll hear me talking about that on a regular basis. So first of all, best practices. Recruiting has to be intentional. It's not something that just magically happens or happens by accident. Well, sometimes it happens by accident, but if you want to be successful, you have to do it intentionally. And honestly, guys, you guys have a goal, a district goal, but it's up to the councils to actually embrace the goals as their own. So that's what I mean by intention. Just remember your membership, your councils need to know that people are watching who they are in their events. And who they are is really what's attracting people to the Knights of Columbus. I encourage everyone to pray before every event, whether it's publicly or privately behind closed doors. That's who we are. We want to invoke the Holy Spirit so that we can see Christ in the people we're serving, and they can see Christ in us. I think that's an important paradigm to really establish. So, just remember every event is an opportunity to be that person, be that man of God, so that they can see Christ in us, and we can see Christ in them. As I said, we want to make sure that we have promotional material information about the Knights of Columbus. Did you know any of your favorite recruiting materials? We certainly want to have that available, and we're going to talk more about the landing page later, so-called landing page or online prospect form later. I just want to say one quick note here about the retention topic. This idea that the No Neighbor Left Behind first pillar is contacting our membership and finding out if they need anything because we want to support them in this time of pandemic. That is retention 101. If you lose touch with your members, they're not going to pay their dues. We don't know if they're sick, we don't know if they moved out of state, and if you wait until your billing cycle starts to even find out about it, then that's really not a really good indication of your investment in your membership, or our investment in our membership. And I think I can do a better job of that, and I think we all can do a better job. We're a fraternal organization, let's be fraternal. Okay. I just want to mention one other tool that hasn't been mentioned yet. And I don't know if anybody's aware of it, but there's this thing called Dial My Calls. And it's actually an automated piece of software that you can use to record a message and send that out to your membership. That's another way of reaching them if the phone tree isn't the best thing since sliced bread. You guys, I've heard pushback from various councils on this, but that can be something that a grand night, the district deputy can record and then send that to everybody's email. To their phones. Alternatively, you can also send a text to them. Okay? And I'm licking my fingers to touch my own paper. Just for the record. I told you about the third universal landing page, so I'm going to skip over that. It's really important that the goals, Dave, how are you doing with your goals?
Right.
Yeah. Good, let me know when you're done, okay? They're not Dave's goals, they're our goals, right? They're my goals, Dave's goals, they're State Officer's goals. How are you guys doing with your goals? You don't have any goals, they're the state's goals, right? No. You have to own your own goals if you have any hope of achieving them. So it's intentional, they have to be your goals. Same thing with your your councils. The councils have this, some councils have this idea that it's a burden unfairly put upon them by Supreme. And it's nothing of the sort. The goal exists simply so that your council can survive in 5 years and grow. If you want to increase your charitable work, your impact on the community, if you want to do more of God's work, and I know you do, we have to at least achieve the 5% goal that we have ahead of us. So if you completely ignore that goal and don't do anything intentional, you're going to ignore it, and pretty much nothing's going to happen, and if it does happen, it's going to be accidental. So we own the goal, and we actually want to accomplish it. We have to plan. Obviously, we want to pray and invoke the Holy Spirit and be open to what the Holy Spirit gives us. So that's where the ideas about recruitment come from. At least in my opinion. If we let the Holy Spirit work in our councils and our lives, I think that things can go a lot more smoothly in a lot of ways. I find that when I resist and when I do my own thing, I struggle a lot more. So, be that as it may, planning as an ontological exercise. If you set a milestone and define what has to exist by each milestone, you can actually accomplish the goal. So, in an ontological context, meaning being, you actually are declaring that your goal has already been achieved. So you're saying, okay, as of June 30th of next year, we've recruited this many members. Okay? So that already exists in time and space, right? So that's a reality. If you work backwards, you have to say, okay, so that means if by June 30th I've accomplished my goal, you have to establish milestones. Let's assume that my next milestone is the convention. In order to achieve my goal by June 30th, what has to exist by the convention May 17th? Well, I have to have 3/4 of my goal accomplished, and I have to have a plan for whatever it's going to take to recruit the rest of those guys, right? So you establish that, and you work your way backwards until the present time. Establishing what has to exist at each milestone, and then in between the milestones, you figure out what actions and activities you have to have in place to make that possible. Okay? So let's assume you have to recruit 10 guys between May 17th and June 30th. What has to be in place for you to do that? Magic? You have to have a sudden busload of people come in and transfer from out of state? No, probably not. No, you've got to create a feasible opportunity. Sometimes those feasible opportunities are programs. Sometimes they're open houses. Sometimes they're barbecues. They can be whatever the Holy Spirit is calling it to be. But planning backwards like that and creating these opportunities is another way of looking at the planning process that I think you might have some success with. So I could go on for a long time about this, so I'm just going to move on. So everything has to be time-based and you have to have actions. It's pretty much what you're doing with program planning anyway, it's just a different way of looking at it. Getting those opportunities are the very things that I just talked about. Probably again, think. I don't know what I'm talking about, or I'm spaced out over here, right? Maybe I am, and maybe I'm not, but I think the message here really is that whatever that planning looks like for you, and what it looks like for your councils, if your guys get together and create a plan, you're going to have a much higher chance of actually accomplishing the goal. Okay? So, this is the universal landing page, also known as the online prospect form. Can you guys read that URL up there? Is it too small? Okay, well,
It'll come to us, right?
you'll get it. And certainly just email me and I'll be happy to share that with you. But whereas councils used to have this sort of council-specific landing page or prospect form, this is a universal one. And it's universal because you can see there that there actually is a place for the council number and the email that you want to receive the contact information. Okay, so that means you pick somebody in your council who's going to get notified, and what happens as a result of this thing is that they put in their information, submit it, they get an email immediately from Supreme, and then you get an email, whoever the contact person is gets an email with that person's contact information. Subsequently to that, they will also receive the the prospect will actually receive information every other week from Supreme with information about what we're doing. Lately, it's been a lot of the No Neighbor Be Left Behind initiative, things to encourage them to consider membership of Knights of Columbus. Why? Because providing kind of an automated follow-up for that prospect in case you weren't able to follow up. So you go to our next topic. This is where recruiting very often breaks down, from my observation, and I don't have the universal observation, but the things that I've seen, you get prospects and then you lose touch with them. Basically what happens is you get somebody at this 10 o'clock mass and you get the information and maybe you get back to them by Thursday and send them an email, you don't bother calling them. Or I don't, I guess that's better to put it. And they think you're not interested. It basically creating an impression that unfortunately can be lasting. So if we're really interested, we gather prospects, we need to act on them right away. That means that same night, follow up and say, you know, hey, it was really nice meeting you. We'd like to invite you to such and such. So, in order to have something to invite them to, you have to have a plan for that. What do you invite them to? Ideally, it should be a charitable activity you already have planned. So, that means you should try to coordinate these either with open houses, return benefits nights, or charitable programs that you want to execute. Pretty much anytime you can give the prospect an opportunity to meet the guys in the council and to do something for other people, that's exactly the ideal way to actually introduce a prospect to them. Okay, kind of jumping ahead here, I lost my place here, so bear with me. Now, the next topic, since I've beaten that to death, I would like you guys, everybody already knows this, but we need to work with our pastors on an ongoing and intimate basis. We want to be his go-to guys. We want to be the guy. We don't want to be the guys that he thinks are going to second guess him or ask him for something that's going to cost him money or a lot of time. We want to make sure that we have his back and he knows we have his back, and that we're going to be respectful of his time. So, we want to be his go-to guys, and we want to make sure that we can get his endorsement. But that means that we need to have conversations with him. Your Grand Knights need to have conversations with him to find out what it is he wants. What does he want the council to be doing? If you don't have that conversation, the council is going to keep doing what they do, hoping that the pastor's aligned, or hoping the pastor doesn't get too upset. But ultimately, if you have the pastor's alignment, you're going to be working together towards a common goal, and not goals that actually are different from those that he has his parish administration working towards. Which basically means that we want to be aligned with parish administration as much as possible, so that we don't duplicate efforts, so that we work together to achieve the same goal, which is to get more people in the pews and improve our relationship with our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, by bringing more men into the pews in relationship with us and relationship with God. So, anyway, here's another nuts and bolts thing for you guys. You guys remember this Pastor I Want You poster? I'll talk to you about that again in a minute, but basically that's only part of the whole idea that we need to be constantly branded. Most of you guys are wearing Knights of Columbus garb here. You understand that that's part of our brand. So the guys wearing the Knights of Columbus name tags, clothing, to mass, it's important because sometimes it's almost impossible to tell if there's a Knights of Columbus council in a parish. That doesn't happen. Right? So ideally you want guys who are in the church of ministry, lecturing, Eucharistic ministers. You have a parking lot mass out there directing traffic, whatever they're doing, you want them to be wearing KC gear so they know that these are nice. Hey, you know, those nights do an awful lot right here. Maybe I should consider doing that. Or the wife is doing the old lunch thing, right? So, I know you probably already know this, but how many of you guys have seen one of these before or have one in your councils or parishes? Yeah, that's a pretty low number, actually, guys. You still somebody who put these together? You know? Okay, so let's look into it. This is a pretty effective tool in terms of conveying a message. The pastor's not up at the pulpit every week saying, hey, I want you guys to be nice. But but this is posted on the bulletin board in the parish, the message is there on an ongoing basis, so. One of the things that has to happen when the Mennonites talk to the pastor, especially with what we're encouraging this year with these Delta church drives, is that you want to try to set those dates and get alignment on the concept of the Delta church drive. The idea there is that there are differing opinions on church drives. Okay, the most common hesitation or idea is that they don't necessarily directly relate to recruiting. They create prospects. Well, yeah, it's true. They create prospects. Not that many guys sign. But if we can encourage the prospects to sign up online right away, that can easily be changed. We can follow up effectively with the prospects. We have a much higher chance of getting those 19 guys from the Delta Church drive to become Knights. We actually had 14, I think, come out of that one. Yeah, so basically there's about 65% success rate from prospect to a member church drives, from my observation. So, I think Father needs to know that our recruiting efforts are really efforts at evangelization. How am I doing on that? Fairly time management support then. Here's something that's slightly different that I don't think you've heard me talk much about. So, the idea that recruiting can actually be different activity. Most councils have one or two guys who are really good and repeatedly recruit. They're the ones having the conversation with the new people they see at church. They see somebody new at church and they're already trying to figure out a way to intercept them on their way out of mass, right? Because they want to welcome them to the church even if they can't invite them to the next conference. That's part of that whole paradigm. In general, 2-on-1 recruiting works like a team sport, and that means that you have to have an intention, you have to create a prospect list, and then start working the prospect list by inviting them into membership in the Knights of Columbus. Hey, I've heard that you're pretty involved with this and this and this, and I think that you might be the kind of guy we're looking for to be a Knight of Columbus. I'd like to sit down with you and have a conversation about that. That's different than sort of a flyby, sort of two ships passing in the night on the way out of mass, right? This is an intentional, time, I guess, commitment involved approach to recruiting. So you end up asking the guy for the conversation, you take him to lunch, have coffee, something else like that, and you work in teams, and then you actually know more about the prospect. You get a chance to tell them more about the Knights of Columbus, so that you hopefully have a better opportunity to actually invest that person and his family in what we do. So you can take them out to lunch, pick them up when you do that, tell your story, learn theirs. This is back to the same list of events. You can take them to lunch, you can take them to actually join you at a charitable event, special kids distribution, a food collection, whatever it is. Fraternal benefits nights might even be an ideal situation. And the fraternal benefits nights, as you know, the Founders Board now, hope you guys know. You stealing your thunder, Joe? Okay. So the Founders Award is now changed for the new year. You no longer have a recruiting number to hit for insurance. Councils need to have post and actually promote 2 fraternal benefits nights every year. Let the field agents carry the ball on that and collaborate and cooperate with them. Everybody wins. When that conversation happens, you need to be prepared with a value proposition. Because they're going to know why. Why should I even think about this? What was already been said about the whys, right? We respond to our faith and God who loves us. We want to grow spiritually. We want you to have the opportunity to grow spiritually. You become a better husband, a better father. We want your family to have opportunities to grow in faith with us, but also to contribute to the charitable work we do. And we think it's important. not least, certainly not least, the top-rated insurance products that they would have access to. And a very important benefit of the Knights of Columbus, and we don't want to forget that. I already told you about the partnerships with the Catholic schools, we'll just embellish this a little bit here. The idea here is that we create relationships so that the Catholic schools' needs, which are changing just as the pandemic is evolving, and trying to figure out how they get the kids back in school, they're going to have needs to actually clean. They didn't exist before. They're going to have different kinds of needs for equipment. I just was thinking that to connect the schools and our councils is probably going to be something that can return benefits for both of us. That's why Dave and I invited McAllen to collaborate with us as a model of how we think could be carried out throughout the state. McAllen, you already met. This is going to be talked about a number of times, so I'm not going to go too much in detail. We've heard a lot about the online exemplification already. The thing that's 6 minutes left. The thing that's unique here is that we have to make sure that we vote the prospects in. Like the online membership, the online guys who come in and are already members, but the guys who actually go right to the degree, register for the degree, they have to actually be, they shouldn't be sent the invitation without them having been voted in by the council. So the prospect should be developed in the same way, right? Then once they've been voted in, then this invitation form, which has the links to register, should be sent to them, and then they actually register for and participate in the degree online. The Supreme actually sends an email to the pertinent council, and the council actually has to process either the paper form 100 or the new online form 100. As was mentioned earlier, this form, there's actually a link for on-demand online exemplification of charity union and parity that's available to us. And Don, I think I stole your whole presentation, sorry. I'll let you embellish on that. Okay. The online, is anybody else covering the online digital form 100? Okay. Let's do that. How many of you know about the new online form 100? Online form 100. Okay, you're scaring me. Surprise! There's a new online form 100 that's available to Grand Knights and Financial Secretaries and officers online. It's actually a little tab which you can see. Which one's the laser tab? I haven't figured it out. There's actually an explanation on how to use this online form 100 on our state website, mnknights.org. I encourage you guys to go find that. I'm not going to go to the nth degree of detail here, but basically there's a form, new tab on here called candidates. And actually there's another slide, slightly better. You can actually put prospects in here, put their information in here, and then track them as they continue through the exemplification process. So their information can be put here, they can sort of be put there until they actually complete the degree, and then transferred over. Thank you. I was doing that, but thank you for everything. Then we can, so then we can actually go ahead and once they've completed this, there's actually a ceremonial process date, then they can actually be converted to actually a member. It's up to the financial secretary and the usual council administration to make sure their dues are paid and collected, all that stuff. Okay. So, best practice is everybody in the pool. The pool happens to be the recruiting pool, and we should know that the strength of our fraternity is actually common action. We want to inspire pride in our council and our parish, and make sure everybody knows the difference they're making. The more people who are in the pool, the larger the pool gets. Basically, you need to have more people involved in recruiting than just those two guys I mentioned earlier, because this is kind of a job search thing. I don't know if you've heard this one before, but you've heard of the strength of new ties. A guy named Paul Tranbetter did a research study on this, but anyway, what's been proven is that the more people you know, you actually talk to about a new job, who you don't know well, who actually are outside of your normal circle of friends, the more likelihood there is that you're going to find a job that you're looking for. The reason for that is because they move in different social circles, and they're going to know people who are not common to your kind of your whole tribe, if you will, right? So the wider your network gets, the more you're going to have opportunities that you didn't know about on the fringes. The same thing happens with recruiting. The more people, it's not just a matter of the fact that I like to recruit, and I don't know why I think you're not recruiting, Dave, but you know, it's real because Dave knows a lot of people that I don't know. And you know, it's everybody wants. People think that they need to be the best salesman in the world to be a recruiter. He doesn't need to know your story and tell your story. I encourage guys to do that. But actually, guys, it starts with you. I don't know how you feel about recruiting. Maybe you're shy. Maybe you like to recruit. Maybe you don't. I don't know. But you've got to go out on a limb and encourage and inspire your teams to do this. And let them understand that the council is actually going to recruit more members when everybody's participating. Everybody has a little stake in the game, even if they're just talking to one or two people. Their son-in-law, their whatever, their neighbor 2 doors down. Maybe it's a neighbor 2 doors down who comes to Mass twice a month. Well, maybe you're talking to him like him there 3 times a month. Whatever it is, those conversations bear fruit that we can't always predict or understand. And that's kind of the way how this Holy Spirit works. So it's about having those conversations and seeing where they lead. So engaged members, and we really want guys to be engaged in what we're doing. They tell their stories and then invite other people to jump in that pool. What happens is that a lot of people kind of stand on the side of the pool and complain about not being able to recruit. And complain about not having anybody on their bench to come grant night. Or very few people are coming to activities. Well, start with the contacts and engaging the membership in what you're doing, and then moving forward into sort of once you're invested in the work you're doing, the difference you're making, tell your story, invite other people. You know, it's more fun to play with 6 people than it is with 3, right? In other words, depending. Come on in, the water is fine. What happens if they need swimming lessons? Well, Phil Harder is actually going to be telling us more about that later. We want to help them. So what we're asking you as part of your reporting process is to identify training needs in your districts. That's something, one of the things we want to report. But we actually have a plan for providing more training. There are actually resources online that we'll be told about later. I have on here that the Delta Church Tribe is a summer camp of recruiting because, you know, the whole ambassador thing is kind of fun to get together with guys and do that and see how many guys you can bring to the table. I already told you about the Delta Church Tribes. You have to follow the formula. They've already talked about this, so I'm not going to do this again. I do want to tell you about this. Hopefully, most of you have already received this invitation to register for the meeting starting on November 1st. This is actually, and I'm going to give full credit to David Getke for this inspiration, the idea, which I stole, and but I acknowledge that now, so I think so. But finally did something with David, so basically Dave actually collaborated with me on this, and I got Father Marty and Father Gabriel to help with this novena that we're actually going to start on November the 1st through the 9th. It's a novena to Our Lady, our Blessed Mother, asking for the gifts of the Holy Spirit. We get them every day. And I believe that the gifts of the Holy Spirit can actually transform our work together. And I'm really looking forward to praying this with you. So what we're going to offer is an opportunity to pray this at noon every day on a Zoom meeting. You can join if you like. Otherwise, just pray it on your own. Pray with your counsel. Prayers are attached to the invitation. If you didn't get the invitation, it's actually on the state website, mnights.org. And the novena prayers are there.
Search for novena.
Okay, so new council development. Anyway, I'm very encouraged, and thank you for the opportunity today. As a state council.
What numbers are we up to, Greg, you know? I haven't looked in a while, but it was 10 in the last election. Like that.
It's two suggestions. Okay. Anyway, I'm hoping you guys will register. Basically, when you register, you're gonna get a daily reminder to be prepared for that day. That's what the registration is about. So I don't really have a lot to say about the council development, but the concept here, the idea is we've always been asked to try to have a council in every parish, every Catholic. Our goal, you already heard about, is four new councils. We want to leverage roundtables to find those opportunities. They were detailed youth 456 at 681. We are strongest in the Archdiocese in St. Cloud. 2/3 of parishes in the other dioceses don't have councils. Well, no specifically identified council or roundtable. And that's something that best we can explore. I think there's some things that I just we do need investment from our district deputies in helping to identify parish opportunities. And I want to recognize and thank our general agent, Lloyd Seibert, who's been doing a great job for us on development and he's promised nothing less this coming year. So thank you, Lloyd. Looking forward to great things. Hispanic and College Council, we have a bit of a breakdown here. We're actually looking for some people to help us with this. Unless something changes in the coming days here, but basically we haven't heard from our people we've asked to help with this. Right now our goal is 1 new Hispanic council and 32 new Hispanic members. We'll certainly be okay with overstepping that or exceeding that. We actually have 2 inactive councils that we're initially work towards resetting the course, I guess, as we reactivate them. We do want to look for opportunities for Hispanic roundtables like the one that existed in St. Alphonsus. There's a roundtable there that's kind of dwindling. What we need, you guys on the ground to help identify and let us know about these opportunities. Mary Blackman and Frank Lavaco were the people that we had earmarked for this. Pending hearing from them, we may be looking for other people. Okay, our goals for college councils: 2 new college councils. Actually, Supreme asked us for 1. Dave is overachieving already, so he thinks we can do 2. Thank you, Dave DePaul. We want to have 1 by January, and the goal actually is 40 new college council members. Obviously, this is a challenge, right? We don't really know what's going to happen with the pandemic and how that's going to impact our ability to do this. But like everything else, we're going to figure it out and we're going to see what that looks like in the next 3 to 4 months, I suppose. Davis told us he needs to work with the Board of Regents and local bishops to determine what is possible there. Do encourage the deputies to identify additional opportunities and contacts. And Dave DePaul is our chairman, so Dave, thank you very much for your willingness to continue your investment in this space and important difference you make. So thank you. Online membership, it's so easy they can join on their phones. You've seen this before. I have a bazillion of these in my cart. Thank you, Jesse. Need some, let me know. Our goal is actually 298 new members. That's actually 28% of the new member intake. So that means that 1 in 3 guys, roughly, needs to be actually processed through the online membership to hit this goal. I think that we're actually measured on this goal, but it's sort of to try to measure. You already, does anybody know about the online membership? You know what's the deal? So I need to go through this. You know about it shows up on the prospect tab when it's assigned as to your district. And the request there is that you're checking that and you follow up with the council who is designated actually doesn't follow up. It actually lags for quite a while. So sometimes the person isn't really interested in joining the council right away. So those are all explanations. Mark Peter Peters, you are our online membership chair now, is that correct?
I'm told that, yes.
Thank you very much for your
You have something to
service.
do.
Thank you. Okay, so in summary, we talked about new council development, best practices, Hispanic and college councils, and that's pretty much it. Thank you for your time.
So, gentlemen, as I mentioned, in an attempt to try and get back on track, the next presentation on the agenda is a program presentation from Senior Vice President John Reyes. We're actually going to not show that right now. It will be on the state website. So please do, when you get back home, please do look at that presentation. It's only 20 minutes. So we're going to jump straight to Joe George. But before we do, I'm going to quick do something that I should have done much earlier before Craig leaves. I'd like to introduce some important people that we've got here, past state deputies. So we got past state deputy Phil Harter. Phil is going to be our chairman of training this year. A lot of it's going to be new stuff because we're going to see how much we can do, to create videos. And past state deputy Craig Larson, who is Craig, in case you don't know, is the Vice Supreme Master of the Marquette Province for the 4th degree. Now we got past state deputy Bob Peñas. Bob has kindly agreed to be my hospitality chairman for this year, and he also, as I'm sure most of you know, handles the nightly news. He's also handles the men's conferences. What else does he do, Bob?
That's enough.
What's that?
That's enough.
Is it? And of course, not forgetting our immediate past state deputy, Mark Peters. Oh, yeah. So, past state deputy Greg over there, you all know Greg Van der Hagen. Greg is our state admin assistant, and he and his wife Linda are absolutely invaluable. They do all kinds of stuff in the background to remind us of all kinds of stuff that we might have forgotten. So we're going to move now to our own state program director, Joe George. So he's going to do this presentation. And please, as I mentioned, this program presentation from Senior Vice President, please do take a look at that. Otherwise, I'll get into trouble across the bridge. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Everything that's in my PowerPoint, when he brings it up here, it's already been covered. But we're just gonna go through it quick, and I got a couple of points in here I think that didn't get touched on. Do you hear me all right? Yeah. All right. So there's that. Let's see. So the goal of the Faith in Action. The goal of Faith in Action is for men to lead their families in service, not leave their families for service. I caught that line while I was doing my research for this, and I thought that was pretty cool because it fits right in with Faith in Action, right? So I just had to put that on there. I thought that was pretty good. The importance of program driving recruitment and retention. What's the purpose of the Knights of Columbus? A bunch of guys get together for whatever, right? No, that's not it. Father McGivney said that to be of service to church and community by coming to the aid of those most in need in our society. What's that? That's our programs, right? That's our service. That's what we do. Why did you join? I know you joined. This is why I do it right there, because I'm the best pancake flipper in the world. No, that's not. I mean, there's some good pancake flippers out there, right? We all have great pancake
breakfasts, we love them, they're fantastic, but we did it because to help those in need. For the insurance benefits. You ask my father-in-law here, that's why I joined, because he kept bugging me for about 10 years. I finally joined to get insurance, and then I found out, hey, wait, there's a lot more to this than just insurance. Here I am, so that's one of the good benefits. And for spiritual growth, I can honestly say I'm a lot better Catholic now than I was. So it goes right back into faith in action. So all your councils do is make pancakes. Why are you guys don't want to stick around? Now, like I said, don't get me wrong, they're great, but there's a lot more to it. Men join because of the great programs that we do, and they want to help. Programs like the ultrasound program, the wheelchair program, make a difference in somebody's life. And, you can't see it because I'm in the way, but for the strengthen the personal spiritual belief, the Lead for the Grief program, which, that's Programs are vital to recruitment and retention because there's no point to programs without members, right? And there's no point to members without programs. They go hand in hand. Because what's the point of having members if you're not going to do anything? What's the point of doing anything? You don't have anybody to do it, right? So it is definitely vital for membership. Either way you look at it, there you go. You need both to be successful. I have Faith in Action books that I was supposed to hand out at the state convention, which I couldn't figure out a way to pass them through the phone. So I have them here for you guys. They're unfortunately not quite up to date, and there's some changes for the new year, but they're very close. They're a big Faith in Action book, a little Faith in Action book, a couple of their programs in there. Take one for each of your councils and give them to your grad nights. I got them back and give them to you afterwards. So the things that were changed, and some of the guys touched on it, but I'll hit it again here. There's more featured programs this year. Featured programs, remember, are good for 2 of the lines under SB 7. Used to be 4, now it's 2. There are no required programs this year. And I'll just go through all these. So now the new featured ones are the bolded ones at the top. And then, so that was the faith category. There's the family category, so now there's a lot more. There's 3 more for family, for life. The extra one is the pregnancy center. And then for community, leave no neighbor behind. This one is a feature program just for this year, they said, so far. So we'll see. Are these the only programs you can run? I know I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again for everybody. Absolutely not. This is just think outside the box. These are some 3 suggested programs. TV till me, that was a phrase I came up with a while ago. It was a kid's cartoon that I caught that from. I thought it was pretty fitting. The sky's the limit. If you guys can figure out a program that helps anybody, it doesn't matter what it is, just figure out where it fits best. Is it more of a faith-based program? Is it more of a family program? Is it better for the community? Pro-life, whatever. You can do it. You help people. Put it on your SB 7 accounts. You don't have to do these programs. These are just suggested programs. Great programs, but they're not limited to them. So that's the one thing that they wanted to stress about. So, and leave no neighbor behind. It's been touched on many, many times, but the 5 things we'll go through quick again is support your brothers. Own tree. I asked our grand night back there, our council got everybody covered. He said, yep. But we called everybody, so it's a great thing to do. Support your parish. A better opportunity, a better time to help the pastors. They need help figuring out how to, usher people into the churches and set up the churches for the social distancing and that. So that's a great opportunity to do that. Support your community. Are there folks in your neighborhood that need groceries or medicine delivered from the pharmacy? I know there's a lot of elderly people in our town that I haven't seen for a while because they're locked down, so check on them, make sure they're good. Feed the hungry, local food shelves. They're the ones that are getting hit the most because a lot of food drives got canceled. You can ask Ray Martin, he's here, there he is. Right? I mean, and funds are a lot better than food. Granted, they'll take food, but they can can buy, what is it, 10 to 1?
$1 buys about $9.
$1 buys about $9 worth of food, so if you can donate money, that goes even further. And then the biggest one that is the blood drives, and I found this statistic, it says thousands of blood drives have been canceled causing a shortage. So 100,000 units of blood have not been collected. So that's huge, especially now when there's a bigger need for it, right? So do a blood drive if you can. Or if you can't do a blood drive, go somewhere that's having one and donate. The Into the Breach program is one that I've been meaning to look at myself to do at our church, and we haven't yet. I think I'm going to, because while I was doing this, I found this online. They've got videos now where it's not just you just read the book. And I was talking to Peter back there, and he said their council is doing it. They're already, what'd you say, on the 11th one? They're fantastic. I'm going to play the trailer, if you will. It's like a 2-minute trailer. But each lesson is like, I think they're 30 minutes long, I think, but you can download them, you can put them on your computer, you can play them right from online, whatever, you can get together with just your council, with your church, whatever, and just do it as instead of like a prayer gathering, do it Into the Breach. So if you can play that for us.
There is a serious man crisis. 1 in 3 Catholic men that have been baptized have left the faith. If you're a thinking person, you've asked yourself that question, why am I here? To know him, to love him, to serve him. Not only does God have a plan for your life, so does Satan.
I remember I went to confession one time and the priest just looked at me and he said, the devil wants to destroy your family, but he has to come through you to get him.
If I'm a man, I'm called to pass on the faith. If I'm a man, I'm called to live the faith. So I need to know my faith.
Every man needs to walk into that breach and begin to fight that battle, which means you've got to know the power of the Eucharist, the power of prayer.
My rosary beads are the key, and I look at life as spiritual warfare. They're beads for the battle.
A lot of guys are like, I'd be willing to die for that, but they're not willing to live for it. And guess what? If you're not willing to live for it, you probably won't have what it takes to die for it.
Talk isn't cheap. Talk is free. Talk is nothing. I care about you. I love you, right? But then if I'm taking care of myself first and everybody else second, it doesn't matter.
If you're not willing to fight for the truth, what will you fight for? And the answer is oftentimes nothing.
The need in the world is of men among men who can rise higher, who can see further, who can strive more nobly than others. They need not be many, they never were many, but though the few, they will rise and bring with them the whole of humanity.
It brings chills to my spine just to watch that, you know, so I'm excited to get home. And it definitely is going to become more faithful, you know, you're going to become more faithful watching it and understanding and learning from it. So I'm excited, Don. I think we got to do this at our council, so anyway, so there's the 12 videos in there. It literally just go on the Spring website and type in Into the Breach. Go to the faith programs. It's right, it's super easy to find. And these are the other resources. You can get the books. You can get a vertical poster. I buy poster. And then you can get the prayer cards. So if you want to hold it as a church program, you get your poster, you put your dates on it, organize it whenever you want to do it. You can have the prayer cards ahead of time in the booklets and just go down. So it's a fantastic program, and I'm excited about it. So now the State Council Awards, or Star Council Awards. They changed a little bit this year. They're pretty much the same. You still got to earn the Columbia Award. That's the SB7, that's your programs. We got 16 programs. That didn't change. The only thing that did change, obviously, is no required programs now. So you got to earn the Father We Give You Award for membership. The membership number, the percentage gone down, and I'll get to that in the next slide. I just changed this morning, so I wasn't familiar with it, so. But I'll get into the details here in a second. The Founders Award for Insurance Growth. You have to fill out your 365, due by August 1st. So council knows that I haven't done it from last year, so if you know where they are, just get it sent in. The 365 is the one that's vital for a safe environment, because that's the one that generates the emails that they get to get the training and the background check. So if you don't have that filled out, your child's council can be compliant, which is one of the requirements. The fraternal survey has to be in by January 31st. That's a 1728. And then obviously be compliant with youth protection, which starts with the 365. And then remain current with your assessments from Supreme Council, which they've already said they're expanding this year. It won't be an issue this year, but that's technically still in there, but that's not an issue. So now we'll go through the changes of those other awards. The McGivney Award is the membership, so it's gone from 7% down to 5%. It used to be 4 minimum, 35 maximum, now it's 3 and 20. The Founders Award, which has removed the 2.5% quota, and now, like they had said, it's the insurance seminar, or fraternal benefits presentations. So that those fraternal benefits seminars, they can be in person or digital meetings. I got these right from. If you guys, anybody see the webinar on Thursday? That's where that's where these numbers came from. I literally just pulled them off and I cheated. Sorry, but I took their numbers because I didn't want to research it anymore. But it says in-person meetings, councils can host and promote their members, agents, use prepared and approved presentations, and council participation and that is reported by agents. They promote members' benefits and engagement. So I think they say 2, right? 2 of them for the year. So 2. Okay, Jesse's holding up. Is that a peace sign or is it 2? That's 2.
But can it be joined with other councils?
It can be joined with other councils, exactly. So you can do a district one if you wanted to. So yes. So the Columbia Award, 16 programs still, 4 in each category. It says remove required programs, and they've added more featured programs. So the benefit of that is if you do the leave no neighbor behind, it counts for 2. Make sure when you fill it out, that you make sure you have that on there so that they know. Pretty simple, right? So this should be really easy for us to get. How many councils do we have, Jesse? 280?
About 284-ish.
284? All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. 250, right? Over 250 star councils. We give a couple of those. So here's what I got off of their website. I know it's really hard to read. I can't hardly read it, but it lists everything that we just went through. But underneath the very bottom there, it does say be fully compliant with youth protection, so they're not giving us any slack on that. Very easy to do. My take on that youth protection is I would like to see you guys get it done, or talk to other councils, get it done right away. Because from where I stand for awards, it's very, very frustrating for me when I get the awards in, and then I look and go, oh, they just got compliant in April. Okay, but you ran the program back in October. What's the point? You got the horse before the horse, right? The point of the youth protection is to have it in place before you do the programs, not after, so you can get the award, right? So I know it says that the deadline is April 1st, but I'd really like to see you guys get it done right away. I mean, possibly by even October. Now, I know things change. I know the members change. Obviously, we've got some slack for that, but try to get it, your council's youth compliant right away and try to stay on it. The benefit of this year now, that on member management, you can go on the very bottom tab under reports. You can see where your council is. Every grand night you get on, see if your council is compliant. And if it's not, you'll be able to pull up a report and see who's not, who's done their training, who hasn't, and you can call them up and say, hey, did you do that training? That'd be awesome. So, but you have that capability now to get on member management and check that out. And there's much ever have to get a hold of me, it's just a simple program director at mna.org. Phone number's on the website. If you have, is there any questions that I can answer right now? I know we've gone through a lot of stuff, but I think we got it all covered. There we go. All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so we now have one of these recorded presentations from Supreme about the insurance agency, and so by Senior Vice President Bob Marlowe, and then we're going to have the general agents that we have here, and I know we have three, and they're going to come up and give us introduce themselves and have a quick. Let's see what you have. You've got 15 minutes, and you can all get it. Okay, so let's run the presentation from Supreme.
Worthy fraternal leaders and my fellow brother knights, it is a pleasure being with you today and spending a few minutes talking about our Order's insurance program and how we can work together to help the Order grow and prosper. As a brief introduction, I have spent the last 37 years working as a Knights of Columbus agent and general agent, 5 years as a field agent, and 32 years as a general agent. I'm the longest tenured general agent in the Order. My new role is Interim Senior Vice President of Agencies and Marketing. I am also concurrently the general agent for Baltimore, Maryland. I mention my background because I've had a lengthy and successful partnership with my fraternal constituents in Maryland. I've worked with 19 state deputies and their administrations and have a lot of firsthand experience in working together with my state deputy and our extended state family in both promoting membership and insurance. When I think of a group of dedicated men, like our district deputies and Grand Knights, I am reminded that we are all working towards the same goal to continue and grow Father McGivney's vision. Father McGivney started our wonderful order to bring Catholic men together to strengthen their faith, help them become better Catholics, better men, better husbands, and better fathers. Father McGivney also started our order to protect Catholic families from the financial perils of death and disability so the family unit can stay in place. I see a tremendous opportunity for us to work together. Our goals are in alignment, but we do have different roles. As a district deputy or Grand Knight, you have a tremendous responsibility to manage and lead your fraternal brothers in your area. Our general and field agents also have a tremendous responsibility in their agencies to protect and service the members they serve. While we have different roles, we do have one thing in common. We have a shared responsibility to recruit new members into our order. New members are the backbone of our evangelization efforts to help promote the values of Christianity and Catholicism. While the current COVID-19 crisis has changed the normalcy of our lives, it really is a great time for you to be a Knights of Columbus leader. This health crisis has left people searching for meaning in their lives and answers to today's problems. Catholic men are feeling that loss of community and, in some cases, the absence of faith. Our order offers men a community and an example of how to live their faith. We have a rare opportunity right now to reach out to all Catholic men to share the gift of membership. When a man joins the Knights of Columbus, he is introduced to a degree ceremony that emphasizes ways to live a better life. Part of that process is a reinforcement that as a Catholic man, he has a responsibility to both provide for and protect his family. A member who participates in our insurance program is a more well-rounded member as he sees the connection and scope of our organization and how our fraternal insurance programs aren't separate entities. They are unified entities that work beautifully together. A member who buys Knights of Columbus insurance does so for more than just buying a financial product. He sees his purchase as making a statement and making a difference. He is putting his money where his mouth is. Said differently, he is putting his monies where his values are. He knows that our insurance program is the engine that drives our order's charitable programs. He buys because he's pro-life. He buys because he's pro-family. And he understands that his premium dollars are going to an organization that shares his Catholic values. Bottom line, when a man purchases Knights of Columbus insurance, whether life insurance, long-term care insurance, disability income insurance, or a retirement annuity, he does so for two reasons: to help himself and to help the order. It's not about just trying to grow our business. It's about furthering the link and connection between the man, his faith, and our order. I do know from experience that we work best when we work together. Some examples of ways we can work together: recruiting drives, new council development, retention of delinquent members, council connectivity with your membership base. Remember, our agents are sales professionals. They know how to highlight features and benefits. They are perfect for membership recruiting. What an incredible resource you have at your fingertips. I'd like to share with you that 30 years ago, State Deputy John Glenn, God rest his soul, asked the two general agents in Maryland to be new council development chairman. I covered the Archdiocese of Baltimore, and Bob Cantor covered the Archdiocese of Washington, D.C. This was a new experience for both of us, but one that we saw as a challenge. Our first year, we started 11 new councils for State Deputy Glenn. Since then, I have started 40 new councils in the Archdiocese of Baltimore. Much of the membership growth in Maryland is a result of these new councils. The message that I would like to share with you is that the local field agent may be the person who knows your council's members the best. That's not the case with a brand new agent, but it soon will become that way as he meets more and more families in his assigned area. Our field agents are charged with visiting 8 to 10 families a week. Over the course of a year, that's about 400 visits. The field agent may have better contact information than the council does in some cases. They may know of situations of distress or need. Working together in a healthy council environment, those situations would be addressed and cared for. They may know of prospective new members that they could refer to the council. Here's the point. Let's work together on a local, district, and state level. It's my experience from being in the agency force for the last 37 years that certain things work and certain things don't. What does work is a healthy relationship between the state family, district deputies, Grand Knights, and the general agent and field agents in your area. Some ways you can foster and grow that relationship is to always invite the general agent to all your state meetings. Please invite him to sit in front of the room with the other dignitaries. Give him an opportunity to speak at each meeting. This sends a message of respect and cooperation between the fraternal and insurance sides of the house. I'm sure many of you are doing this already, and I thank you for that. Possibly some of you are in a situation where the relationship isn't as good as it could be. It's up to both of us to help mend that fence. Don't worry about trying to sell insurance. That's our job. Just highlight the trust and respect you have for your general agent and his field agents. That will do more for insurance promotion than you can imagine. There are many ways to include the agency force in your state. Possibly let them usher and be the readers at your state convention mass. Assist in the convention registration process. Include them in social functions, like the state Christmas party. Ask them to host a hospitality room. Once again, many of you may be doing things like this already. In Maryland, we enjoy such a good relationship with our state family that my field agents would do anything to assist when asked. We are blessed again to have another outstanding state deputy this year and very much look forward to working with him. I think it's incredibly important for our district deputies and Grand Knights to foster a good working relationship between the field agent and the councils they serve. Invite the field agent to sit at the front table. Include him in all council communications and social media. Make sure he's aware of all membership activity, gains and losses. In some cases, if councils don't include the field agent in their membership activity and the field agent is the last to know, that puts him in an awkward situation when contacting these men. Another big thing the Grand Knight can do is to be receptive and help promote the agent's fraternal benefit nights. Fraternal benefit nights are great council activities that can serve several purposes. This is an opportunity to get our men and their wives together in a social setting and you can invite the broader parish community to gain interest in membership. We have numerous success stories where fraternal benefit nights not only provide interesting financial information for our members, but also we are able to recruit several families into our councils as a result of these events. Our agents have a variety of themes they can present on, such as our KFC products and their uses, long-term care planning, retirement planning, estate planning, charitable planning, special needs planning, Social Security options, and legacy planning. In some cases, the field agent is a speaker, and in some cases, he will act as the host and have a guest speaker from the community, such as a long-term care or assisted living director, an attorney to discuss wills and trust, a funeral director, Social Security representative, or a CPA. The purpose of the event is to help our families do proper planning, not just to sell Knights of Columbus insurance. We do know that many people don't have wills and haven't thought through the basics of what would happen in the event of a death or disability. These evenings serve as a helpful way to provide information in a relaxed atmosphere that also serves as a social gathering for our members. As a district deputy or grand knight, you have a big job. You need a strong leadership team. You need to communicate your vision. You need to keep your members motivated. Let us be partners with you. Our general agents and field agents have your best interest at heart. We want you to be successful. We share your membership goals. Keep in mind that your general agents have a team of men ready to help you. Each agency has 10 to 20 field agents assigned to your districts and councils. We are all busy, but we know that working together makes for much more productive outcomes than going it alone. Our agency force has readily adopted the e-membership format. I want you to know that we see e-membership as a tool to not only recruit new members, but also as a feeder system for our local councils. We want our e-members to get active in their local councils, but not all men want to take that step right away. E-membership is a way to recruit the man who says, I'm too busy, but I do love what the Knights of Columbus stand for. If we can engage him and get him to become an e-member, it is our hope that as he learns more about the order and his local council, he will want to join in the future. If he buys an insurance product, the bond is that much stronger in his interest in the Knights of Columbus. Just as we are experiencing this meeting in a new way, our field force has also transitioned to a virtual platform to meet with our members. Amazingly, we transitioned from a field force of 1,000 agents doing 100% of our business in a face-to-face capacity, and in less than a week, we completely transitioned to a virtual platform. Our agents and home office did an incredible job of not only finding a solution, but also adapting to that solution. We have learned that this new way to meet people might be very useful in our areas with larger geographic territories, as well as for busy people who don't want an in-person meeting and would rather meet virtually to discuss their financial situation. We now have another tool to allow our brother knights and families to meet us in a way that is most comfortable for them. I would be remiss if I didn't brag a little about our rock-solid financials of our company. We are a Fortune 800 company, so we are larger than most people realize. We were also recently recognized by Standard & Poor's as one of the 6 strongest life insurance companies in North America. This was a 6-way tie for first place, by the way. So, we are very large and very strong. As a fraternal leader, it's important for you to know this as you speak to your councils and members. The big takeaway, though, is we have charged our agents to treat every single interaction with a brother knight and his family with care, respect, and professionalism. We want our agents to see each situation through their client's eyes and only make recommendations that we would want if our roles were reversed. Simply stated, treat your brother knight as you would want to be treated. This is a direct link to our Lord's admonition to love your neighbor as you love yourself. To summarize, please know that we are in this together. Your general agents and field agents are here to not only sell insurance, but also to help you. Keep the lines of communication open. It's the best way to maintain a good working relationship. Thank you for your leadership role you have undertaken. We appreciate your commitment to the order and our mission to recruit men so they may grow in their faith and service to our church and their communities. I'd like to finish with a brief story that highlights to me the real value of my Knights of Columbus membership. When I took my first degree in 1983 at Father Rosensteel Council in Silver Spring, Maryland, a gentleman walked up to me after the degree and introduced himself. He then said, "If I'm fortunate enough to have my soul saved, it is because of my membership in the Knights of Columbus." As a brand new member, I couldn't fully appreciate his words. I must tell you, there isn't a month that goes by that I don't think about what he told me. It is so easy to get derailed in life and lose track of what's important, including your faith. The Knights of Columbus allows a man to associate with other men who not only are good influence on him, but in many cases become role models for how to live a good life. Never forget our order fills different needs for men in their spiritual development. You can't measure the impact Knights of Columbus membership might have in a man's life. God bless.
Well, let's please join me in greeting our general agents who are present today. Lloyd Simons, Joe Collins, Well, good afternoon. I am David Gedke. I'm the general agent of Southern Minnesota. Go from Highway 71 on my west side to Wisconsin on my east, and up to the west side of the Twin Cities, and a little bit kind of unusual line, but up to Sauk Center as well. So Southern Minnesota. And I just want to thank you for your support over this last year as a transition from former agency to the new one. I'd liken it to, I would say, past year has been more about being a fireman than many other things, and putting out a lot of different fires, and in some cases maybe the wildfires raged a little out of control, but I'm proud to say we are where we are today. Have a good presence and care of everyone again. So I thank you for your prayers and your support. With that, now I feel like I'm to the point where we can rebuild. And I consider the southern Minnesota area, I have a new problem that I've never encountered before. When I was in the western side of the state, from Iowa, Canada, my biggest community was Moorhead of 40,000 people, and with 2 parishes. And so in those parishes, in the sticks, so to speak, in rural Minnesota, you might only have between 200 to 400 families in those parishes. And so the membership of the Knights of Columbus is somewhere between 25 to, in some cases, 50% of the parish membership. And now, being on the west side of the cities in Rochester and Mankato, presented with this concept of having parishes with 2,000 and 4,000 people and 100 knights, or 150 knights. And so the largest council in my territory has approximately 700 members in a parish that has 2,000 families. So that, that's about 35%. And something that's totally baffling to me is having a parish with 4,000 families and 125 to 150 knights. And literally one day as I was driving up to the West Metro, I just couldn't think about any other thing other than that. How can we have 3.8% of the men in a parish? 3.8%. And so it makes me very unsettled to have these large Catholic churches and barely a presence. So I elicit your prayers and your ideas. These concepts are things that you as district deputies deal with all the time. And so I ask to be schooled by your understanding. Because this is a can of worms that I really want to address and take on with very wide open eyes and open ideas. As I look to strengthen and build our presence in southern Minnesota, I have yet to really get a good handle on who the center of influence are in southern Minnesota. So as the district deputies in southern Minnesota, I ask again for you to reach out to me. I will be reaching out to you far more aggressively over the next 2 months to find out who the people are that I need to meet in southern Minnesota. My vision for where we're going is to have a new agency office in Mankato where we house 3 to 4 agents. I hope to be there by January 1st. Hope to have presence of at least 2 agents on the West Metro. We already have 2 agents for Rochester, but looking to increase that to 3 or 4. So I'm thrilled to say we have a presence everywhere in my territory, but am looking forward to really transforming and building the region that I am the steward of, primarily for the reasons that were so wonderfully stated earlier today. One of the most moving points to me from Carl Anderson's speech was membership is an invitation to be something. To me, that is a really important line. Because everybody that you're recruiting, they're afraid of having to do something. I'm reminded of a motivational speaker, Pastor Zig Ziglar. And one of the things he always said was, you have to be before you can do. You have to do before you can have. And I just love the emphasis of our state membership director on being. And when I think about what our members and our non-members think about us, they think of us as charity. We have that concept, I think, well established within us, and that the Knights of Columbus is seen as that. Don't think we've handled the fraternity part yet. That caring for our brother, and that has really been said well today. And that's where I find myself, building on that concept of caring for our brother. That's my role. Thank you for your attention and your support.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Coy. I'm the general agent from northeastern Minnesota. Our territory goes from Hutchinson to the west, upriver to the east, and then pretty much everything between those 2 points to the Canadian border. So we have a lot of territory. John Beebe and Pat Nolan asked us to express their disappointment that they weren't able to be here with us. They both have their respective state organizational meetings this weekend, so they were not able to be here. The 3 of us said that was just fine because the 2 of them have entirely too much hair to be on the stage with us. So, but in all seriousness, they would certainly be here if they could. So, I'm going to talk just a little bit about the new criteria for the Congress Award. The first time I addressed this group, I was thinking about this a little over 2 years ago when I first became a general agent. I talked about unity, particularly unity between the fraternal and the insurance. And our Supreme Knight talked about unity this morning, and Bob Marlowe just certainly reiterated that in his talk. I really believe believe that this new criteria, these 2 fraternal benefits nights per year, is really going to strengthen unity between the insurance and the fraternal. It's a great opportunity for the councils to work directly with the field agent to get that message out there, the importance of the insurance benefits of membership. I think it's just a great opportunity to strengthen that relationship, for the councils to get to know their field agent, and really to, again, emphasize the fact that we are all in this thing together, and we can truly help one another in that. So certainly, how it works, I think most of you are familiar with it at this point. It kind of, the virtual piece kind of happened rather quickly with COVID. Those of you that know me know that I'm not a strong technology guy. It's not what I'm good at. I've gotten good at what I have to. I was afraid, to be honest with you, I was afraid of the virtual benefits nights at first. And I can tell you, I think it's been awesome. They worked out really well. And again, it's gotten our message out to our members and to non-members. It's a great way to invite non-members to learn a little bit more about our benefits that we offer. So again, I think it's been a great opportunity. Again, how it works, there was a piece that said that the field agent needs to report, action needs to be reported by the general agents to Supreme. So all of our men know that if they do a fraternal benefits night, that they need to let the GA know, so then we can get that into Supreme so the councils get credit. They're asking us to really step this thing up in July. They want us to get out to a strong start. So if we can kind of get that word out to the councils that, hey, let's work with your field agent to try to get some of these scheduled right away in July. And then we can worry about the second one later. But if we can get out to a strong start, I think that certainly is going to help. So again, over the last 2 years, I've gotten the opportunity to meet a lot of you personally in this room, and I just want to thank you again for welcoming us, and it's been a great opportunity for my wife and I to get to know some of you. So thank you for all of your support, and again, if there's anything that we can do, please let us know. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Lloyd Zimberger from the Twin Cities. I've been a general agent since 2011. I've been with the Knights since 2006. So I've been around. I got to see a client the other night that worked with me for my first year, so that was kind of fun. I want to talk about recruiting, because that is our lifeblood. You heard Bob Marlowe, he was the Council Development Director for the state. That's where I got the idea to volunteer. I just talked to him at the end of February about the struggles I'm having with new councils. He gave me some advice, then everything got out of that. So he's a great guy. I've leaned on him a lot. So recruiting. I love what the state deputy said about evangelization. Me and a couple of my agents talked about we need to evangelize. We need to evangelize the Knights, plus evangelizing the church. And the top 3 agents I have that are my top 3 recruiters are also the top 3 recruiters for the entire state. Yesterday someone said that field agents have a lot more opportunities to recruit. That's not true. We have the same opportunities as you do to recruit. The only difference is we take advantage of those opportunities. My guys are trained to do that. But we can train all you guys as well to take advantage of all those opportunities. Came up with something to help evangelize, and it's working really good. My top 3 guys are Chris Masolia, Andrew Poole, and Michael Harrington. All 3 very spiritual guys. More spiritual than anybody else I know. Michael Harrington was a seminarian, just turned out, and became a field agent. Andrew Poole thought about the seminary. He didn't do that, but he got his education is in theology, his degrees are in theology. And then Chris Masolia, he drove by a seminary once. These guys are always asking people, are you a member? Why not? Chris came up with this great thing that we're working really good, and that is, people ask, why should I be knight? Because the knights will give you a role in the church. Real simple. That makes you think. One of us, let you know that I'm a former military guy, and the best recruiting thing ever was the Marines. We're looking for a few good men. All too often we tell people what the Knights are going to do for them. You got this benefit, you got that benefit. You know, we don't really talk about what they can do for us. And we can give them a role in the church. That has been working really good. Christmas Holidays recruited 17 people this year. Pool is at 14, and Harrington is at 14. It's not on the list yet, but they've been working the buzz off the last couple of days. I'm personally at 7, even though we got credit for 4 because I didn't tell the guys to make sure they use my number when they sign up. So that's what we've been doing. Please use that term. If you want training, I've done this before. I've done recruiting training for different councils. I'd like to start that up again because you guys can have the same training we do. We recruit just as much as we do. Because we need guys at church, we need guys in restaurants, and we train to ask, hey, are you name? Why not? Sense of urgency is very, very important with this. It's just, guys will say, well, I'm too busy. And you gotta say, okay, when are you going to not be busy? Guys, we're never not going to be busy. Okay. I was told I had no business being a council calendar director because I didn't have the time as a general agent. I'm on probably 5 other committees and do a lot of different things. I'm not special, okay? Got Bob Pence back there, who was the state deputy in a full-time job. Mark Peters, Jesse Kozlowski. Okay? He's got a gaggle full of kids. He's got a full-time job. He can't possibly have enough time to do what he does. Compared to these guys, I'm just an average guy. A little bit looking, but I'm just an average guy. My point is,
I'm a little more humble.
my point is, we're all busy, okay? And we'll make time for the things that are important to us. Okay, the Knights of Columbus is very important to me. I haven't seen anything like this since I left the military. I love the Knights of Columbus. So I'm willing to do extra things and spend extra time to make it happen. As is Jesse, Mark, Bob, Matthew's got a full-time job as our district master. Guys, all of us are busy, okay? I don't mean to leave anybody out, but talk to everybody. Doesn't matter what's in there. Be that easy.
I'm going to hijack the stage for just a minute, and I am a state deputy for the next 80 hours. Real quickly, we talked about recruiting in these guys. My phone is set. Every time there's an online number, it buzzes a certain buzz. I've been here since 10 o'clock yesterday, and it's buzzed 6 times already. So we've had 6 online numbers. 3 of them came from Rodney over there. He's the field agent from Louisville. 5 of the 6 came from field agents. 5 of the 6 came from field agents. So they are your buddy. Just a word 20 minutes ago, Rodney. One last thing at hold on here. At the convention, state convention, each of the district deputies were supposed to get a book, a gift. Obviously, we didn't have that convention. They're sitting in my garage. So as you guys leave today, I've got 40 of these left. Because I haven't traveled the state, I haven't passed them out. I'm down to 40. So I want the district deputies to have first shot at them. And after they've got them, if there's anybody else that wants a book, this is the pictorial history of the Knights of Columbus. So please grab one, and I appreciate it. And again, I thank you for your cooperation the last 2 years, because I've been up here, and I know we're going to give a good shot here for David as we try to make our food up. Goal. We don't call them quotas, we call them goals. Thank you.
I'm sure nobody will admit to it, but if any district deputies don't know who is their general agent, there's a map here and you can sneak a link. You know, don't want anybody to see you, but come over and have a look and see who is your general agent.
It's on the state website too.
And it's on, yeah, this map's on the state website. Oh, your batteries. So the next presentation would be from Supreme. Again, we're going to skip that one. It's the legal briefing from Status Supreme Advocate John Varela.
You know, I'm born to legal acting.
I'm so sorry to miss that because it's really interesting and he's a super guy. I love John Varela, great guy. But anyway, it's going to be on the state website, so please make a commitment, otherwise Jim will beat me up. So make a commitment to go and look at it.
I wrote it for him. I wrote the speech for him.
There we go. So let's see where we are. We're pretty much back on track. If you can cut it, we time for a break now, but if you could cut it down to 5 minutes, please, we'll start again in, it's 2:39, we'll start again at 2:45. So please be back in 6 minutes.
Can I say that too quietly?
So where do you reside?
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll move into the next super great presentation. It's for general operations by Vice President Tom McCaffrey. And please pay attention to this one. I think you'll find it's a very great work you're going to need to do with this study.
Hello, brothers. My name is Tom McCaffrey, and I am your Vice President for Fraternal Operations. I've been a Knight for about 26 years and have served multiple times as District Deputy, Grand Knight, and Faithful Navigator. In 2018, I was honored to be the California Knight of the Year, as well as the Grand Knight of the Council of the Year. I am a retired Navy captain. I served for 25 years of active duty on nuclear submarines, retired from that job in 2004, and started up my own businesses in consulting and financial management, both of which I shut down in December of last year when I was hired by the Supreme Knight to take on this job. My mission has been to simplify fraternal operations and make your life as fraternal leaders easier. And it's an honor to be able to do that. And I'll be talking with you for the next half hour about fraternal operations. I'll begin by talking about some challenges that we face in fraternal operations. And then we'll talk about some new and revised resources and criteria for council and district awards. We'll segue into speaking about communications, and then finally wrap up with what we at Supreme need from you. So let's talk about some challenges that you and I are facing in fraternal operations. We are facing challenges today unexperienced by anyone currently alive. The pandemic started just 3 months ago, 3.5 months ago now. It looked like we started getting a handle on it, and now a second wave seems to be building, and the future is uncertain. Don't know if there's going to be a cure, or when there will be a cure. So many things are unknown, but the bottom line is it looks very clear that we need to come up with new norms for life with the virus. How to exist with this threat hanging over our head and still have some kind of a normal life. The economic turmoil that it caused is still growing with massive unemployment, many companies shut down. This affects many of our brothers who are out of work right now. It affects many of our communities. Social unrest is spreading. Where did that come from? 3 weeks ago, everything was fine. Now all of a sudden we have demonstrations, riots, and it's the new national focus. And finally, the political divisiveness is actually getting worse. You would have thought that maybe these crises would have brought people together, but maybe it did for a little while, but now it seems like there is just no middle ground, and it's getting worse instead of better. So these are the challenges that impact our fraternal operations, impact it significantly. We're going to talk about how to deal with that. So what should we as Knights do about these challenges? So I'd like to offer 5 key ways for the Knights to respond to these challenges for fraternal operations. The first is we need to embrace the digital technologies and practices we've been talking about in our webinars for the last 3 months. We need to use these tools and technologies extensively in fraternal operations from this day forth. We'll talk more about this in a couple moments. Secondly, we need to ramp up our Leave No Neighbor Behind efforts, not just for the interim period here, but for the entire fraternal year. Use this program extensively. It was designed for life with the pandemic. It is designed to get your members engaged and for you to help your members, your parishes, and your communities. And it is a fantastic way to engage your members right now, even if they're in conditions of social isolation, in meaningful contributions that will make a difference. The third thing we need to do is accept the fact that this pandemic may be with us for an indefinite period of time, and we need to figure out how to live with it. And much of our focus will have to be on how to protect the vulnerable, because let's face it, many of our members, our guests, our volunteers are in that vulnerable category. And shame on us if we put any of them at risk in the interest of serving our church and our community. So we need to figure out how to protect them while still doing our mission of charity and service. The fourth response is that we need to help get our churches reopened. Society needs this badly today. We need to restore access to the sacraments. People are desperate for the Holy Eucharist, for adoration, for confession. And we also need to give our priests a chance to preach and provide a calming influence on our society in this time of great unrest. So we need to get out there and help the churches reopen. And our fifth key response is to help evangelize the faith. With everyone locked up in social isolation for the last several months, this was a wonderful opportunity to help build the domestic church within our own families. Evangelize the faith, teach the faith to our kids so that they'll be more likely to remain in the church as they get older, and they in turn can evangelize to their friends and their peers to spread the good news as well. We also need to engage Catholic men with our new Into the Breach program. I'm sure you've heard about that from Jonathan Reyes, our Director of Evangelization and Faith Programs. But this is a fantastic program to get other Catholic men thinking more and living more of their faith. So it's a fantastic program, great opportunity, and it can be done digitally right now. So let me expound for a moment on embracing digital methods. First thing you need to do is go look at our webinar on digital tools and methods. It's posted on our webpage, kfc.org/training. A couple of clicks, you can find it, watch it in its entirety, and learn everything we had to share about the various tools that are out there and the methods that we've adopted and the procedures we've put forth to use them. You should appoint a technology director, someone who can help you implement these tools within your normal fraternal operations, particularly your meetings. You want to help the members become comfortable with the use of these tools so that it becomes second nature to them. And you want to make it a permanent part of your council operations. We'll talk more about meetings in a little bit, but in general, you need to look at the vulnerable and not put them at risk just so they could attend a meeting or attend one of your events. They ought to be able to participate digitally, stay engaged from their home over the computer, and they ought to be able to participate in your meetings. It's not hard to do this. You have young guys who can make this happen without even batting an eye. So that would be a good choice for a technology director. He could set up speakers and microphones and a projector or camera, and he can be their link to the council meetings and other ways to help with events. So embrace these digital methods. Make them part of fraternal operations going forward. Okay, the second thing I want to talk about is the Leave No Neighbor Behind program, specifically the first step in that program, which is to contact and engage your members. Contacting the members does not mean you just send out an email in the blind and think that you've done your job. Contacting every member means exactly that. Some of the guys will respond to an email, some will not. Some need a text, some need a phone call, some need to have their door knocked on. And that's what you need to do to get in touch with every member, see how they're doing, ask if you can help them, and then encourage them to get engaged with your council service activities. This is the first critical step of the Leave No Neighbor Behind program, and your members need this. Councils need to get doing this right now. A key part of this outreach to your brother knights is to ascertain how they're doing financially. Did they lose their job? Do they need help with the rent? Do they need help putting food on the table? Can they pay their dues? If not, offer to waive their dues. Help them in any way that you can, and particularly help them to find employment. Try to put together a job bank, balancing help wanted against help available. Encourage people to hire a knight. They need a plumber, a carpenter, a painter, hire a brother. It would be of great benefit to everyone. You could even host job hunting networking meetings. Do that digitally with Zoom or Skype or whatever one of the digital meeting tools you're using, and let these guys network and discuss what opportunities are out there and good ideas and so forth. It's a good way to help deal with unemployment situations. We're getting a lot of questions about how do we return to a sense of normalcy with our fraternal operations. And the bottom line is normal life under the pandemic is still taking shape. It's different in every city and state. And as I mentioned earlier, the common theme everywhere, though, is to protect the vulnerable, the elderly and those with pre-existing medical conditions that puts them at great risk to exposure and terrible consequences of exposure to this disease. It's very difficult for us to provide a comprehensive set of guidelines for resuming operations as restrictions are relaxed in your locations. It's just different everywhere. And one set of rules will not apply to all sets of circumstances. So lacking that, here are suggestions you could follow as the restrictions are relaxed in your area. I don't think you can go wrong following these suggestions. Recognize up front, though, they are not all encompassing. These are just suggestions that we have seen in other organizations, but it's upon you to follow all of the civil, religious, and county health regulations in your area. You need to research that. You need to talk with the authorities. You need to find out what is required, and then you need to follow all those rules. But in general, avoid unnecessary travel and take special measures to protect the vulnerable. And this includes vulnerable among your members, your volunteers, and your guests. Here are some additional suggestions for your meetings and events. First, offer a digital option for people to participate without risk for their health. As I mentioned earlier, combine the digital tools and practices with your face-to-face operations so that if a member is worried about his health or fearful for his health, he still can be involved using a digital option, and you need to make that available to him. Secondly, use entry controls to turn away anyone who is sick or exposed. Ask them questions. Take their temperatures. If they say, yes, there's someone sick at their house, or they've been sick, or they've traveled where there was illness, ask them to leave. That's perfectly okay. Use hand sanitizers and disinfectants extensively, and take special precautions. And what I mean by that is use masks, proper spacing, limiting the group sizes, and avoid touching in general. And I think these will be required by your local authorities, but it's good to get your head around this up front and start thinking about things in these terms as you plan restoring your operations. Some additional suggestions involving food at your events. You need to sanitize the heck out of your food prep and serving areas. Do away with all of the self-serve food and drink lines and dessert lines that we used to have at all of our events. Plate the food in clean areas and bring it to guests. use individually packaged condiments, try not to use cash transactions, and offer takeout meals. Many of our councils did that very successfully with fish fries during Lent. Again, these are just some suggestions that you could consider to start down this path. The bottom line is you need to use prudential judgment, you need to protect the vulnerable, and you need to follow all the rules and regulations imposed by authorities in your area. And that's how you can start getting back to operations under the new normals. We need to start helping reopen our churches. It's happening right now. Pastors are calling the Knights to ask for help, to control access, to help control spacing, to check temperatures and do all sorts of things of that nature as they try to reopen the churches for Mass. This is an excellent opportunity to engage your members immediately. Not a month from now, but I'm talking next Sunday. This is a way to get your people engaged. It's also an excellent opportunity to recruit new members. Men who are not Knights can come to church. They'll see how the Knights are helping, and maybe they will be interested in helping as well. And it's a great opportunity to recruit them. It's a fantastic way to start your new fraternal year. So please get out there and talk with your pastor and help reopen the churches. And the fifth response is to evangelize the faith. First, by building the domestic church within your own families while social distancing at home. This is a great opportunity to do this and try to help turn the tide on youth leaving the faith. Another great way to evangelize is to promote the Into the Breach video series. This is a brand new Faith in Action program that we released in a pilot nature back at the beginning of Lent. Every council is strongly urged to participate as this becomes available for the new fraternal year as one of our flagship programs beginning on July 1st. A study guide will be available. All the episodes are on kfc.org/intothebreach. And this is a great way to host small groups of interested men for discussion. They could watch the short videos and then have a discussion group on what it means to be a Catholic man in today's society and how they can live their faith better. So please get involved with the Into the Breach video series. It is very easy to do this in the digital realm, even if you cannot host face-to-face meetings. And now let's talk about some new and revised resources and awards criteria. First resource is for public relations. It's very important to use public relations to tell our story to not only our members and our church, but to our communities. If you have an interesting event coming up that would be suitable for filming, please contact Communications Department at kfc.org, provide the details and the point of contact, and we can arrange for your event to be filmed and shown broadly to all Knights and others throughout the world as ways to motivate them and to tell our story. Some of our new training resources include our new and improved webpage at kfc.org/training, redesigned for ease of use and navigation. We have new regional training courses and easier ways to contact your regional training directors to provide tailored training for your council's needs. We also have new updated print resources and presentations like this one that are being used at state organizational meetings are also available to be used at district and council meetings. So please take advantage of all these training resources. Some of our updated print resources include the annual fraternal planner, which is done and available now, our guidelines for council meetings, and our Faith in Action guidebook, which are almost done and will be available within a few days. And finally, our leadership resources book, which is under revision, but should be available within a couple of weeks. We are continuing to offer online exemplification ceremonies for everyone who needs them. They are offered frequently, several times a week. Schedule is promulgated by email to leaders on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We may even have on-demand ceremonies available soon. And last thing I'd like to mention is that the last ceremony for the 2019-2020 year will be on Monday, June 29th, 2 ceremonies that evening, one at 7 and one at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'd like to point out that after each online exemplification, the Supreme Council will send out a list of who participated in that ceremony. We'll send that list to states and to councils, and council follow-up actions are required. You need to resolve any errors in the candidate's information. You need to report and record the new and advanced members. You need to contact them, collect their dues, and provide membership cards. Very important that the councils do this in a timely manner after you receive the report from Supreme about people who participated in the ceremony for your council. I talked earlier about the importance of embracing digital tools and technologies as we go forward. And this slide is a collage of all the tools that we talked about in earlier webinar, going through the pros and cons of each and allowing councils to choose which ones work best for them. So if you have not seen that webinar, you need to go to the website, click on it, spend 45 minutes watching it, and get yourself educated on these tools that will help your council operate in the digital realm. In choosing one of these tools to host your meetings digitally, please pick tools that will facilitate broad participation by a number of your members, that will allow discussion by your members, and that will accommodate voting on motions, etc., by your members. Because of the unprecedented restrictions on face-to-face meetings imposed by the pandemic, the Supreme Advocate's Office and the Supreme Council made an exception to the rules and allowed electronic voting for motions, for candidates for admission, for election of officers. And these guidelines were discussed in one of our webinars, which is still available online, and these guidelines are published. You can find them while watching that webinar and just click on them to download a copy for yourself. We all know the importance of installing new officers right away in each fraternal year, and I want you to know that this may be done electronically. Just use the council's electronic meeting tools. Take the existing script that you can download from our website, modify it as needed to reflect the realities of a digital ceremony, and get it done. And now I'd like to talk briefly about changes to the criteria for council awards for the 2020-2021 fraternal year. For the McGivney Award, which recognizes membership growth, the new quota will be a 5% net growth in membership. That was reduced from 7%. And the minimum will be 3 for small councils and 20 for large councils. And this too was reduced from 4 for small councils and 35 for large councils. For the Founders Award, which recognizes insurance growth, we remove the numerical quota entirely. Now a council is required to host and promote 2 fraternal benefit seminars during the course of the year, ideally one at the beginning of the year and one halfway through, so that your field agent will have time to work the prospects he got from those seminars. The seminar must be promoted by each council. There is no attendee minimum, although if only the Grand Knight and Deputy Grand Knight show up, that's not going to count. You can combine with other councils and host one seminar, and each council will get credit for that seminar as long as it was promoted within each council and each council had attendees present. There is an approved presentation that your field agent will use, and the general agents will report completion to Supreme. There's no paperwork that the council has to submit for this award. The Columbian Award for Programs Excellence still requires 16 program credits, with 4 each in the categories of faith, family, community, and life. The changes are we removed the required programs and we added more featured programs, including Leave No Neighbor Behind. The featured programs count for double credit. So you could do 2 featured programs in each of the 4 categories and get full credit for the Columbian Award. For a council to earn the STAR Award, council has to earn each of the 3 awards that I just discussed. In addition to that, they have to submit their Form 365 for directors chosen and 1728, that's the annual fraternal survey of activities. And you must also be safe environment compliant in the U.S. and Canada. And that's it. We remove the requirement to be current with Supreme assessments. There will be no Supreme per capita assessments in this coming year. For the STAR District Award, the district deputy must achieve 70% of the combined council membership goal quotas. All councils have to fully comply with the insurance goals for doing two seminars. And if you're smart, if you have 4 councils, you can host 2 seminars that all 4 councils participate in and satisfy this requirement with just 2 seminars. At least 1 council in the district must earn the Star Council Award, and the district deputy must submit all required Form 944 reports on council status. That's twice a year, and you need to submit them on June 30th and December 31st. And that's it for Star District Award. Now I'd like to talk for just a few moments about communications. Things are happening so fast, changes are happening so quickly today that it is imperative for you as fraternal leaders to stay current with fraternal operations issues. And that begins by you getting on our distribution lists. And that happens by submitting the Forms 185 for officers chosen and 365 for directors chosen as soon as possible. And also to encourage your financial secretaries to update contact information for all members in membership records so that we can email, phone, or text all members, not just all leaders, but all members on issues of contemporary importance in this quickly changing era that we're living in. It is especially important that you as leaders at the state, district, and council levels do all of the following. First, attend all of the fraternal operations webinars. We're currently hosting one every 2 weeks, and the material is different in every single webinar. It's timely and it's important and it is needed for operating from that point forward. So don't miss these webinars. That you should not look at them as things you don't need. Trust me, you as leaders need to participate in every single webinar. When I don't need to communicate as much, I will reduce the frequency of these things, but they will always be packed with important information that you need to lead in the Knights of Columbus. Read every single fraternal leadership advisory. This is our new newsletter. It's packed with information of a relatively short-term nature. It's what you need for the next 2 weeks or 1 month to succeed in your councils or your districts. Widely share all the fraternal operation emails that come from me. I send them to the Grand Knights and council officers. Share them with your members to, again, communicate all of these fraternal operations issues so everybody's on the same sheet of music. Do participate in the fraternal operations surveys that we often send out attached with our emails, because this is how you get to tell us what's happening, what's important to you, what we can do for you. And we read, I want you to know, we read every one of them, and we factor in the good recommendations in all the things that we do. And please share your good ideas and best practices with us, because we use them to help motivate others and to modify the guidance that we put out for all councils. So please do all of these things to help us communicate more effectively with you, and they will help you communicate more effectively with your people. And lastly, I'd like to summarize by highlighting what it is that we need from you. First, we need you to promote the use of the digital tools and practices. We need you to promote webinar attendance by all leaders and directors. We need you to promote the use of the online ceremonies and the follow-up actions that are needed after those ceremonies. We need you to urge all councils to do the Leave No Neighbor Behind program. especially as the restrictions are in place from the pandemic. And finally, we need you to enforce timely submission of the forms 185 for officers chosen, 365 for directors chosen, and 1728 for your annual survey of fraternal activity. All of these things are about communicating and getting people lined up to receive the information they need and the feedback that we need, which is just so essential for effective communications and fraternal operations. So thank you very much for your attention. I wish you well and all success in your endeavors as Knights of Columbus leaders, and I congratulate you on your election for office and your appointment to the important positions that you hold. Vivat Jesus!
Yeah, you're a DD, you need to fill out a DD form, not a state, no, you filled out a state staff form, wrong form.
We can give you a big job.
Just for a moment here, if you have a mask, will you please put it on? If you don't have one, if you didn't bring one, you'll see there's a little bag in front of you. Courtesy of Jeremy, who put together this little pandemic package. Yeah, there's one in front of you there, if you don't have one. We got one there. Now the reason we're doing this is we're going to, could you put yours on, Roger, please? Put your mask on. The reason I'm asking you to do this is we're going to break all the rules here. Because it is our immediate past state deputy's birthday, not today I think, but soon, right, Mark?
Tuesday!
Tuesday. So we're going to say, which is looking at the road, but no.
You don't have a mask on.
So please stand up. Please stand up. Have you got some music for us? I'll do it make our own. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ashley. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, folks. Unless you want to sing one. So I think you'll agree that's useful stuff, and maybe stuff you've seen before. You know, it's amazing, these guys copied lots of our information that we got on our things, didn't they? People are laughing, it's true, we have these ideas before they did. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is, we've got this. You might have seen this before, so forgive us. But you know what I said, right? Tell them what you're going to tell them what you told them. So, you know, repetition is good. So we're going to play a video from our regional training director, John Olson. Now, if some of you were signed up for some of the training this last week, there may be some repetition here. But please bear with us. You know, repetition really is sometimes a good thing. Are we ready to play that? Okay, thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Hello, my worthy district deputies. This is John Olson. I'm the Regional Training Director for the Midwest region of the Knights of Columbus. And I'm here to talk about district deputies and how they are trained and how what we should know as district deputies. During this training, we're going to cover these items: district deputy duties and expectations, membership growth, membership experience, faith in action, and programs and goal setting. Now, our leadership role in the Knights of Columbus as a district deputy is plagued by challenges. Most recently, it's the COVID-19 or the pandemic crisis, which has shuttered a lot of our churches, and we now are in the beginning of slowly reopening them. Now more than ever, the church needs lay leaders to step up and shoulder the burden. As a district deputy, you are one of the church's most important lay leaders. You must understand the importance of this role and embrace the role fully. Just as you will be asked to lead the Knights of Columbus formalities, best practices, and procedures, you must also be prepared to lead with your example of prayer, faith, and service. Council leaders, pastors, Catholic parishes, and communities will be looking for you to guide on the new way forward. Your mission is to help every council in your district to grow. They should grow in all facets of their council, membership, activity, service, and insurance. Ultimately, you are responsible for the success of the councils in your district. By accepting your state deputy's invitation to be a district deputy, you have already accepted this responsibility. Everything that you do as a district deputy should lead towards these ends, namely to help the councils reach more men and their families, to help councils better engage their pastors and better the needs of their parishes, and to help councils respond to the needs of their community by putting their faith into action. District deputies are not just important lay leaders in the church, but in my mind, the most critical officer role in the order. You're the ones who are speaking on behalf of the state and Supreme Council to the local councils. You're the one motivating them. You're the one mentoring them. You're the one coaching them. You're the one giving them the information that they need to know. Sometimes working with new councils who need lots of help, and sometimes you're working with reactivated councils that need special attention. But all the time, you're working with men who need your time and energy to help them do good works of the order. You're the ones who help clear a path for them so that they, as councils, can grow and give. What could be more important than that? So how do we effectively work as district deputies? I could read you the description off the laws and rules of the order, or I could summarize every printed piece of material that we have on district deputies and council officers. However, I think we can just boil it down to 4 different parts. Be present, be a resource, be a mentor, and drive activity. Now, what is meant to be by be present? Well, we just can't be a district phone number or a district email address. This is the most important thing that we have to talk about. To help councils, you have to be there at their meetings, at the programs, at the district meetings that you call together at least once a quarter. If you're going to your councils, if you're not going to your councils, and they're going to forget about the information that they're missing out on. Think about the relationships that you're not going to build. How can you help someone that you don't know? How is the Grand Knight going to come with you with a problem if he barely knows you? He'll never feel comfortable how you're going to have a tough conversations with councils if someone is with you barely seen. You build relationships by being present, and those relationships are what help you to manage, coach, and mentor your councils. So at a minimum, you should be attending their business meetings, going to their programs that you can, and having a well-run district meeting at least once per quarter. Now think about it from your Grand Knights perspective. These district meetings need to be valuable. They're not going to drive out and get yelled at or just be social. You need to help them, coach them, tell them that they're doing good things, and help with their success if they're not. In being present, you need to know your councils. Don't just build relationships with the Grand Knight and financial secretary, but also build relationships with the council chaplain and parish pastor. Build relationships with other council members, especially the officers. If you're a DD and you're going to be a DD for the next few years, one of these people could be the next Grand Knight. Make sure you're familiar with the general agent and the field agent in your district so you can help call upon them when councils want to set up a fraternal benefit night or a member has a question. Build relationships with other Catholic leaders in your district. Are there opportunities for new councils or roundtables? Don't forget the ethnic growth opportunity and the college growth opportunities also. In visiting with your councils, try to attend each monthly business meeting. Now, sometimes these fall on the same night in your district, so prioritize the councils that need your help the most. But make sure that you send some thoughts and some action and talking points to the grand night of the council that you won't be attending that month. If there's a constant conflict, at least let's make a commitment to visit each council at least every quarter. Your talking point should be under 5 minutes at these councils and your predetermined talking points. Make sure the council is aware of important dates from Supreme and your jurisdiction. You should provide feedback to the grand night on the meeting. Always start with the positives. Now, being present might have a different physical reality in the COVID and post-COVID world. However, the meeting remains the same. Be there for your councils. If meetings are conducted virtually, attend virtually. Make the time for a video call with each of the grand nights and see how his council is doing. If you can safely meet one-on-one with the grand night, do so. Be as present as you can, not just now, but always. Now we need to be a resource. Being a grand night is a lot, especially if you're new, especially if your council is new, especially in the COVID and post-COVID environment. There's paperwork, there's new program model, there's lots of questions about recruitment, retention, and compliance, and 40 other things. But you're the expert. You need to be a resource to them. That doesn't only mean answering their questions and sharing best practices, but that also means telling them proactively what they need to know. So you need to be closely tied to both the Supreme Council and the State Council. When you hear about things that your grand night needs to know, tell them. Be out in front. Be a font of knowledge for them. And they will come to you for help and support. Make sure that you're challenging them on key communications and from the state to them. Make sure that you're listening to their reports and sharing best practices when something doesn't seem right. If they do a church drive at 4 masses and they didn't get a single member or prospect, obviously there's something wrong there. We need to point out what the right resources are and fix the problem. Share your experiences. Don't just remind a grand night on what forms are due when, but show him the forms and offer help in completing them. Make sure you get a copy of each of the completed forms. Help councils review their books and make sure they're in compliance with Supreme Council laws and regulations. Don't just tell them where the forms are. Go with them and help them figure out the form. It's a great way to be a resource is conducting regular district meetings. Your district meetings should invite the grand nights chaplains and be open to other officers. Make sure you have an agenda and stick to it. Follow up with the councils that can attend and thank everyone for attending, especially the priests. The next thing we need to be is a mentor. Mentors and friends aren't the same thing. Our grand nights work hard. They care deeply about the success of the order, but mentors push them to achieve their potential. They don't just commiserate with them about what they can't do. Don't push your grand nights to achieve the impossible because they can't and won't. But we need to push them to achieve their full potential that they can accomplish, especially if it pertains to membership and programs. There's no excuse for no growth in activity. We cannot lower that standard. It's not about the numbers for numbers' sake. It's not about the programs for the program's sake. If we're not growing and we're not active, then what then we're not securing the legacy of the Knights of Columbus. We need to help our parishes. We need to help our communities. It's that simple. We need to grow because our communities need us and because we need a new generation of Knights to lead when you and I are no longer able to. So as district deputies, you need to mentor your councils to be active and to be successful. Don't undermine yourself by complaining about the state or supreme. That just makes you the guy who has to tell someone to do something that he doesn't believe in. Be passionate, be positive, and help them achieve success. Drive activity. That's what it's really all about, isn't it? Programs don't organize themselves. Members don't appear out of thin air. If your councils don't have a membership operation at every program, they don't have properly staffed programs team, if they don't do church drives or open houses, and if they don't schedule ceremonials, then they don't really succeed. It's really quite that simple. It's not always easy, but it's not complicated either. Activity drives results. So you have to not only explain to them that they have to be active and how to best be active, but many of our councils have to understand why we need to be active. Maybe they're discouraged about a prior issue. Maybe they think that they've reached their maximum growth potential. Whatever the issue may be, help them work through it. Inspire them by good works they've done and how they can do more to get active and get going. Help councils keep focused on their goals. Let them know where they stand in the progress of the Star Council Award and help them brainstorm ideas and ways to achieve it. Whether they need help in membership or insurance or programs. If the Star Council Award is not a reasonable goal this year, fine. Help them develop another reasonable goal and track the progress towards that. A great way to drive activity is to make sure the council starts off well by holding an installation of officers ceremony. This is a great way to meet all of the council officers and to let their families and parishes know about the commitment they're making. Make sure the chaplain, pastor, is present and there's celebration afterwards. Even if the current environment, an installation officer ceremony can be conducted and guidance from the Supreme Council has been given on that. And that's it. There's a lot of stuff in between this, mind you, but the core focus of the DT is to be present, be a resource, be a mentor, and drive activity. If you do that in your councils, you will be successful. They will be successful also, and the health and longevity of the order will be ensured. As a fraternal leader, there's many resources available to assist you in your job. You should also be familiar with the resources that are available to council leaders so that you can point them to the right direction and show them how to best utilize them. Start by utilizing the fraternal leaders. Your state deputy and his team are there to help you. He appointed you and he wants you to succeed. Think about also the DDs that stand out in your jurisdiction. Hopefully you can call on your predecessor for advice. And if not, maybe one of these outstanding district deputies in your jurisdiction is available to help for assistance. Then there's the field team of the Supreme Council, including myself and your regional growth director. I was a DD myself. I know what it's like. There's also the team at the home office that can assist you. Teams that specialize on things like ethnic development, college council development. I can assist you in making those connections also. Read the regular Supreme Council resources, such as the Columbia, the Nightline, the Fraternal Leader Advisory. These publications have information for you and your councils. Additionally, make sure you read emails and newsletters from your state council too, as they have important information about things like state convention, state programs, and etc. There's a variety of pertinent resources available for you as a district deputy and for your council leaders. The place to find digital copies of these resources is on the Supreme Council website. Visit kofc.org/training to find some best quick links to resources. Since there are a lot of resources available online, I want to spend some time to highlight these and what you can use for them. All these resources are available via the KST.org website. There are some pages that you might want to bookmark, including pages on training and faith in action for members and Star Council. There's also a lot of resources on Officers Online. To get there, you just click on the sign in button on the upper right hand of the home page screen. When you do, you'll see a login screen that looks like this. Fraternal leaders have access to Officers Online. However, access varies based on your position. Fraternal leaders will only receive an access code once. The same login works even if you advance to other fraternal leadership positions. Your access just changes. Individuals who forget their username and password can call customer service to have that reset. As district deputies, I'm going to highlight some of the things that Officers Online has available to the fraternal leaders. Here's some of the things found on the login after the login screen. First thing is officer desk reference. Topical listing of issues commonly addressed by fraternal leaders, especially when asked a question you don't know the answer to, check here first. And if it's a common question, there's guidance on that issue. Check back each time, even if you get the same question, as this officer desk reference is updated frequently. Also note that the Grand Knights have access to this tool, so encourage them to try to find the answer to the questions before they need to ask it. Member management and member billing, that access is for Grand Knights and financial secretaries to track council membership expenses and etc. District deputies do not have access to these features. Bylaws online. This is not a feature available to district deputies, but this allows councils to update their bylaws and submit to the Supreme Advocate's Office for approval. It's a faster way to complete and receive approval for this process. We also have supplies online, the online portal which councils can order supplies and printed materials. Knights Gear, the online store where we have Knights of Columbus apparel and other branded items. Ceremonials, information on the combined ceremonial, including video production and frequently asked documents, can be found here also. DDs can also find access to reports and conservation listings, forms, membership, and insurance progress for each of their councils, links and publications, and more. Now, as a district deputy, expenses that you will incur while fulfilling your role are reimbursed by the Supreme Council. Now, to receive reimbursement, you should complete the district deputy reimbursement form found on the Supreme website. This must include all receipts with your reimbursement forms and you should submit this to your state deputy at least once a quarter. There are full instructions on the reverse side of the form. However, let me briefly go over what Supreme covers and what they do not. Right, as of right now, Supreme covers miles traveled in your district. If you incur parking and tolling charges on official business, as long as you have the receipt, Supreme will cover it. Meals while attending council meetings, long distance phone calls, hotels, meals, and mileage to attend your organizational meeting or your mid-year meeting as a district deputy. Things that are not covered by Supreme but may be covered by your state, please consult your state team, state officer team, and have clarification on this. Guest meals, clerical assistance, printing and copying expenses, postage and stationery, Travel expenses outside of district, unless the Supreme Secretary approved it. Expenses incurred while attending annual state convention or other meetings. Now, the next three sections that we're going to highlight is to how we can lead our councils in membership growth, membership experience, and faith in action. I'm going to only briefly cover these topics because I have a longer and more expansive training on these three topics that I offer. I will be offering these throughout the year, fraternal year. Please keep on looking at your email for invitations for these. The first one is membership growth. Everything we do should build where we have past successes. Meet with each council at the beginning of the year to set a council intake goal. Last year should be starting point for the plan. Once you have a goal, meet with the team regularly and discuss the progress towards the goal and determine what's still needed to meet it. We need to show up. Your presence is necessary to lead the councils to success. Attend as many council meetings as you can. Hold regular district meetings. Frequently communicate with Grandites and to help achieve their goals. Each council might present unique challenges and unique solutions. Use the talent that the council has. For example, in one council, the recorder might be well-versed in technology and be a natural fit to be in charge of the council communications. In another council, it might be the warden who's best suited for that. Don't be afraid to adapt your approach for each council and situation. Show them how. Don't just tell them on how to hold a recruitment drive. Be there to help them. If you haven't attended a Delta Church Drive training in the last few months, please sign up and take it. I'll be holding one of them every month. Then you can educate your councils on it and encourage them to attend also. Break down membership goals into simple membership operations. Each council should try to hold at least 2 church drives a year. There should be intentional membership presences at every council program and activity. Use the online prospect form during these council programs. Who are the council's best one-on-one recruiters? How do we have, how does the council activate them? Do all officers know their why story on how they recruit? Why do we need members? We need to answer that question before someone asks it. Schedule first degrees or exemplifications and recruit to them. If you schedule them, your recruiters will recruit to them. It's a goal. It's a goal out there in a process. If we have a deadline, we work better towards it. Next thing is membership experience. Promote Star Council as a way for councils to achieve success. Remember, the requirements of Star Council are achieving the McGivney Award, which is your membership quota, achieving the Founders Award, which is the insurance quota, complete the forms 365, 1728, and the SP7, which is the Columbian Award. The Columbian Award has 16 program credits, 4 in each area. Featured credits, if you meet the featured credit criteria, count as 2 credits. We also need to be safe and environment compliant. Retention is not response to a delinquent member. Retention is a solution to preventing members from being disengaged. Retention begins during the recruitment process. Frequent and regular communication to members is essential to keeping them engaged. They will feel valued and informed of upcoming programs, opportunities, and service and events. Personal outreach is still the best effective. Do more than just mass communication. Remember, each man joined for a different reason, and sometimes those reasons change over time. Communicate to each man on his level and about programs and things that are interest to him, and work with his work, personal and family commitments. Meetings are essential to the work we do, but not the thing that defines us as Knights. Meetings should have a purpose, including an agenda, and should be coupled in a meeting with a social event or a spiritual event. You can make them more appealing to members by doing this. Some of your councils that may or may not have good attendance may want to consider having on a different day or time of the meeting. Make sure that each of your councils has a chaplain and is engaged with them. For councils that haven't engaged with their chaplain or pastor, use the Faith in Action as a great place to start. Let them know what programs we can offer and see if it aligns with the chaplain and parish priest goals. Ask Father if we can hold a recruitment drive twice a year. Work to find a weekend that works well with him and other parish events. Faith in Action is relatively new. It has been out a few years, but we're still learning our way through it. And it helps realign and refocus the mission where it needs to be. There are 4 categories of Faith in Action: faith, family, community, and life. In order to win the Columbian Award, the SP7, a council must compile 16 programs with 4 program credits in each program category. Note that going forward, there's no longer a required program for this fraternal year. These are also several feature programs, which count as 2 credits in the respective categories if you meet the criteria. Let me briefly tell you what those feature programs are. In the faith category, we have RSVP, Holy Hour, Spiritual Reflection, Into the Breach. In the family category, we have Food for Families, Family of the Month, Family Prayer Night, and Family Fully Alive. In the community category, we have Codes for Kids, Global Wheelchair Mission, Habitat for Humanity, and Leave No Neighbor Behind. In the life category, we have March for Life, Special Olympics, Ultrasound Program, and Pregnancy Center Support. Sit down with each council officer corps and help them plot out when they will do each of the programs on their calendar. That will let them know what programs need to be developed at which time. Your council should consider conducting regular council surveys to make sure that the programs in the council they currently offer is still meeting the needs of the members and families. Sometimes our programs can be off base. Sometimes it's just the timing of the program that's bad for members. Work with our council's chaplain and parish priest if the council is working towards meeting his goals and aims. If he will be more willing to support if you're helping him meet the goals. I want to briefly talk about safe environment and the requirements as it pertains to Faith in Action. Our Safe Environment program exists to ensure that we do all we can to protect the most vulnerable. Grand Knights and program directors must take the training. Family directors and community directors also must take the training and submit to a background check. Remember that safe environment compliance is essential to all councils. You need to define success in your district. Then you need to achieve success. It's important that your councils see you setting goals for the district so they can set council goals that will help achieve the district success. Success in your district might look different, but it should focus on the same 3 key areas. Membership growth. We grow because we need to do more. We need to do more, and we need more men to do that. Our council needs us more than ever before. Our parishes also need us, and our communities also need us. So we must grow to meet the need. How many men in your district will you be bringing in this fraternal year? How will you work with councils to achieve this? How many church drives or ceremonies will you be needing to achieve the goal? Membership engagement. is a council's ability to serve its community and attract men to join is going to be based on how it engages and communicates with its members. An engaged member is an active member. It doesn't matter how much or how little he is active. For some men, they attend everything. They encourage, they want to attend everything. They want to be part of everything, and that's great. Thank them. Let them know when the next event is, and encourage them to consider taking a leadership role. For those men that can only show up at certain programs or a couple times each year, thank them also. Ask them how they're doing since the last time you saw them. Ask if they want to take up a leadership role in their Pacific program area. Keep on asking their feedback. How are we regularly communicating with every member of our council? Not just the ones that show up at the meeting or the events. Does each council have a communication or retention strategy? How can we work with your councils to develop these plans? The third topic is faith in action and programming. As with membership, the council's programming efforts should build upon the previous year's efforts. Sit with each council and see how their current lineup of programming matches up with the Columbian Award. Maybe they're already qualified, or maybe they just could increase the diversity of their programs by trying some new ones. Questions we should ask is how many of your councils will achieve the Star Council or the Columbian Award? How will you work with these councils to ensure that these will reach the goals? Remember, goals need to be measurable so that you can track progress towards them. Later this year, I will be checking in with all the district deputies on their goals, and we're going to have a conversation on how we're doing, if we need to realign the goals, how we can help achieve the goals, things like that. So again, thank you for listening to this presentation. I believe that it is a helpful presentation. We've covered a lot, and I found this presentation to be helpful to other district deputies. I know that you might still have questions, and questions will come up. I ask you to consult every available resource, your state team, your regional growth director, myself. But even all the training in the world and all the resources and information won't do what your presence and engagement can do in your areas. You must be visible and actively invested in your councils. That will do more to ensure the success than anything else. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. If you need any questions answered by myself, my email address is John, Jon, period, Olson, at kofc.org. Thank you for your time today. I hope you a great fraternal year, and Vivat Jesus.
So next, we're getting close to the end, guys. I see the line down the end of the tunnel, and I'm sure it's not an oncoming train. So next we've got Ceremonial Director Don Trudeau. Gentlemen, as most of you know, most of my presentation was covered fairly well. There's a few items that I'm going to be stopping at, but I'll move quickly through my presentation. Thank you, Don. It was very Ceremonials. Moving forward during the pandemic. The exemplification of ratification of charity, unity, and fraternity is probably our basic goal for ceremonials this year. You can do it virtually, or you can do a small group in person. I had one of the DDs ask me about the small group. The virtual ones, Supreme's running them, as we all know. These are the invites that you get. I get them as a grand night. Do you guys get them as DDs? You do? Okay, good. And then obviously, towards the bottom there now, you have the on-demand, English, Spanish, and French. When you press either of those two, you get actually any of these other, they come out very nice. But anyway, you've got a survey to fill out. And the big factors here are filling out the council number, so that the council gets notified that, that this person has gone through the degrees. Even the one on demand, they are keeping track. I try to, I always go through whatever I have, make sure that I know how it works. So I got on, filled out, I registered, went to the bottom, had the registration. As soon as you hit register, it automatically comes up the screen like you have for the webinars, and the video starts, well, within a minute. So I had other things to do. I was on my computer, so I went over and I did some stuff for church. And I thought, well, about 20 minutes later, I jumped back, and sure enough, they were just finishing up. Candidates need to stay through the entire video. You absolutely do. Because as a grand night, I received a note the next day that I failed to complete the video. But obviously, I was just there as an observer. But the grand night and the FS both get notifications, so stay in communication with your FS. Have your grand nights, I should say, stay in communication with the FS to make sure that they know what's going on. You can also create your own virtual video. This was asked of me also today. What you do is you go to Zoom, go to meeting, WebEx, conference call, any of these venues have that ability to do that. I'm familiar with Zoom only, so I'm not sure how the other ones work. But in Zoom, you invite everybody in just like you would for a virtual meeting. You open the meeting, you share the screen. You push the share screen, and you go into your files, and you pick out the video. If you do not have it in your files, you can drill in, you can go to the website, you can pick it up again. I advise all people who are going to run the virtual videos to have them downloaded to their computer. So they just get into their files and click. You can actually have it ready to go as soon as you hit the share screen. Once you've done that, you play the video, obviously. If they don't have it, they can pick it up in member management on their webpage. And when they're done, they can send out the rosary. I don't really particularly care for this, along with the pin and certificate. I'd rather have the grand night or one of the council officers deliver it in person. Mass, whatever you need to do, but it's a heck of a lot nicer if you can get the rosary, the pin, and the certificate from that degree in person. So, yeah, just a summary for Supreme, you can do a scheduled one like they've been doing. By the way, if there's 4 of them a week in English, and on Wednesdays they do French and Spanish. Tuesdays and Thursdays they do one at 6 p.m. our time and 9 p.m. our time, Central Standard. They show it 7 and 10, obviously, but it's Eastern. Then you can also do a district or a council one with the Zoom. The small group in person, please follow the CDC and our stats and guidelines. This one here probably might change a little bit. This is what my pastor will allow me to do, other than a mass, is 10 people or less. Right? Next thing is follow distancing, wear your mask, use sanitizer frequently, and you may want to limit your presenters to 2. It'll add 2 more candidates. And if you can use the off presenter to present the rosary and stuff like that, that's another person, a grand night that you can eliminate if you want to have more candidates. I first of all advise virtual. I really do. The in-person one is great, but right now you don't want to be that council that just spread the disease to 4 or 5 other people. So be cautious. You can present the rosary and the pin at full arm's length. I learned this from our installation of our navigator and officers this last Monday. When they presented me with my jewel, they had their full hands totally extended, and I had my hands totally extended. About 6 feet away, you grab it, you put it on. But with the rosary, if
you can tell the guy to communicate during these ceremonies. Don't think they have to be some sacred thing that you can't talk to the people. Tell them to stretch their hands out when they fold their hands as if in prayer. Put the rosary on there, pull the cross up and do that. The pin, basically drop it into their hands. They can put their own pin on it, it's not a real big deal. But try and do everything at arm's length because that's part of the guidelines. And for the finish line, get your paperwork done, just as they say. Submit your Form 100. You can either do it through your council webpage and sliding it over, it seems to be nice. You still have to have the paper copy. You still have to get the person approved at your council level. But once you do that, you can put them into that landing page, so all you do is slide them in once they've completed their ceremonies. You can also do it via email. Just copy and paste it into an email and send it to Supreme. Submit your 450. It's still needed, gentlemen. They advise all your teams or whoever's doing your ceremonies to submit a 450. You can do it via email. It needs to go to Supreme at ceremonials at KOFC.com. And I'm sorry, yes, very good, thank you, Oregon. And then State Deputy gets a copy and I get a copy. And you can get all my information on my webpage at mnnights.org under About and Ceremonials. Ceremonials, thank you gentlemen for what you did this previous year. We had a bit of a slowdown towards the end, obviously, because of the COVID, but we're still bringing people in. I didn't get as many 450s. Even if you have your people go to the Supreme, you need to fill out a 450, whoever it is, Grand Knight, whoever was the head of the council, that'd be it right now. But if they go through the Supreme one, please fill out the 450, right? Because we need to know here, and Supreme also needs to know who's doing what. Right? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, John. I think you reached my agenda, though. Okay, so now next we have district master report. Is it Bob? Was he Bob? Oh yeah, okay. Our district master, Brad Jacobs, was not available for this meeting, so we have the district marshal, Bob Heard. Please welcome. If we got his time, but I said it was.
There's a little recreational consultant. All right. So this is Brad's speech to you. So, District Master wants to start by thanking you all for the support he's been given this year, especially from State Deputy Mark, all the state officers, as well as the general membership of the Knights here in Minnesota. Brad would like to emphasize the need for all of us to work together to increase membership in the 4th degree. Only about 10% of the 3rd degree Knights are 4th degree. That leaves a lot of room for recruitment. That recruitment starts in the councils. We frequently hear from members that guys want to join but have no idea how. It would also be extremely helpful if district deputies could bring up the 4th degree when they visit their councils and also make mention of it when holding your district meetings. Tell them particulars of how they become 4th degree. We are having three 4th degree ceremonies a year now, so a little easier than it used to be. Many times you hear, why do I need to join the 4th degree? I'm already patriotic and love our country. This is Brad. I would submit that there's never been a time in our country's history where the importance of living out our Catholic faith and being active in the public square has been more important. Our Catholic communities rely on our honor guards, but they're aging. The extra commitment that you make when you join the 4th degree is very important and meaningful. The ceremonial itself is a moving and memorable experience. Again, it is truly a fight for our country, and we need to be up to the task. Please do your part in assisting in this effort. The district master has been keeping things up to date on mnites.org website. To access the information, look under the About tab, and then the 4th degree tabs, and that will have all the current information on the 4th degree. At the bottom of the page will be a link to the information and documents related to the current upcoming exemplification. Pandemic has had a devastating effect on the 4th degree in the state, canceling assembly activities, in-person meetings, to canceling the spring exemplification for the first time. This makes a strong showing that our summer exemplification all the more important. This year is going to be held in Osseo at St. Vincent de Paul's Parish in the Reagan Center. With the assistance of our state membership director, Don Trudeau, the master has met with the staff at St. Vincent's, and a great day is planned. We are especially reaching out to our neighboring areas to promote this event. Again, the pandemic has had a devastating effect on recruitment and membership in the 4th degree this year. We are counting on your efforts and assistance to turn out a good class for this event. You can be rest assured that all the pandemic protocols have been considered for this event. Safety and social distancing will be implemented. With this being the only 4th degree exemplification being held in the Twin City area this year, please be a part of promoting this super degree. This is truly unique. This is a truly unique opportunity for gentlemen to arrive not belonging to the Knights of Columbus at all on Saturday morning, and being a 4th degree night on Saturday evening. Our fall exemplification will be on Saturday, October 30th in Newell. My information on that will be forthcoming after what we hope will be a super successful summer exemplification. Also, mark your calendars for the weekend of April 16th through the 18th, 2021. This spring exemplification in Washington. We have Form 4 is available over here in the corner. And we'll be standing, or I'll be hanging out over there for a little while. If you need a few, I've got a small stack. As I mentioned at the outset, the 4th degree and its future depends on all of us, and your help is crucial in this effort. Thank you all. Thank you for all you have done and will continue to do for the 4th degree in our state. The district master has always considered his assignment from Supreme as one of service to all of you. If you have any questions or concerns, he is always more than happy to do his best to assist. Thank you.
Well, if you were paying attention, the state membership director is still Patrick Farrelly. I actually done this as the state ceremonial director. I was paying attention. So who here is not 4th degree? Will you give me a show of hands? Not very many. That's right. You are 4th? No, I was wondering who is not 4th degree. Well, that's very good, but I would, July 18th, it's an easy way to get your 4th degree. It's a cheap way because, you don't have a big expense of staying overnight and banquets and all those kind of things. It's basically do the 4th degree, have a light lunch, and go home. That's pretty much it. They do have, they're having, at 9 o'clock, they're having a full executive, combined exemplification. So even, as Bob mentioned, if you bring a candidate along who is not a knight, he can leave as the 4th degree knight. Wow. Really amazing. So, thank you. So, the next, Phil is ready here, our state training director, Phil, followed immediately by our public relations director, Jeremy.
Thank you, Worthy State Deputy. Worthy State Deputy, I think we got a problem. Pat was talking about the pool, and he got around to talking about if you don't know how to swim, that Phil Harder's going to be here to do training. I got news for you, Phil Harder doesn't know how to swim. So, we're in big trouble there. However, I can tell you that I like this part. I got 80 hours left this Grand Night. So I've been Grand Night through the last 12 months, and I know that a lot of things have changed since I was Grand Night 35 years ago, and a lot of things have changed since you were Grand Night maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So I have some good practical experience. The other thing I'll admit is I'm not a technological genius, but the last 3 meetings of my council were held on Zoom. We held our council elections on Zoom, so it's possible to do that. The point is, we have a lot of good practical experience and advice and suggestions to give to our Grand Nights. And it's not just me. We have a lot of help. We have Dave, we have Pat, we have Mark. We have a whole army of people that have good practical experience. And that's what we're going to draw on to help train our Grand Nights. Because most of these Grand Nights, or a good share of them at least, have not been a night for more than probably 5 years. So they probably don't even know a lot of the basics. A lot of the stuff we talk about today that we take for granted, they don't know what we're talking about. So when I direct training, I like to get very practical. You know, I don't know if you remember the old Vince Lombardi thing about when he was re-energizing the Green Bay Packers. He started out, he held up a football. He said, "This is a football." It's that basic, very basic. And sometimes maybe somebody will say it's hand-holding. But if you want a successful council, you know, we can't just talk in platitudes or goals or at higher levels. We've got to get down and say, well, how do you do that? You know, a good example, we run a haunted house. We had, this last year, we had 15 or about 10 high school seniors there to help tear down our haunted house. I kid you not. These kids, a lot of them didn't know which end of the hammer to use. How hard is it to knock a nail and pull a nail out of a 2x4? This is basic information we have to give to these Grand Nights. So, that's what we're going to concentrate on. And I have about 6 quick items that you should do in the next 90 days if you want to keep your council in competition for Star Council. And you heard most of them today. The first thing, when you get home, make sure they got their 185 in. And make sure they get their 365 in. Because if Supreme doesn't get that information, those leaders are not going to get any of this information you saw today. They're not going to get invited to webinars. They're not going to get invited to all the stuff that's happening on Supreme. They have to have that 185, and of course the 365 is the first ticket to Star Council. The second thing, you're all familiar with the financial, or the leadership fraternal planner. I don't think we've got them in hard copy yet, but they're coming. They're sending out 3 to each council. You get it? Make sure your Grand Nights study, maybe even memorize page 1. Because on there, you've got all the links to Supreme, to the webinars, the training. You've got the important dates. And you've got, more importantly for the new Grand Nights, all the stuff on the bottom that a Grand Night has access to, that no one else has except the financial secretary. The financial secretary and Grand Night have access to member management. And I could go on for a half hour on the power of that. Also, next step, the next 11 pages of this, read it, have them read it. If they're familiar with that, the first 12 pages of this, they got pretty much the tools they need for leading their council. And I mentioned the KFC.org/training. They mentioned it. Check it out. There's some really good webinars, training videos there. The other one is KFC.org/webinars. A lot of what you heard from Tom McCaffrey, is that one? Was on the July 23rd or June 23rd webinar, one last Thursday. But have your grandkids go and read it. And then make sure they attend all the webinars that are coming up. And I would suggest to you, why not sponsor or invite to your home and have a webinar party with your grandkids? You've got 3 or 4 grandkids. Invite them over to your house, sit there and watch the webinar together, and then you can discuss it afterwards. There's a wealth of information there. And finally, in the last 20-some pages, they have a calendar. Go through here and plan out their year. Get them to plan their year. And what we're hoping to do in the next several weeks, over the next year, is put together short 5-minute, 10-minute videos that we can post on the state website on very practical advice. One of the first things I want to do is to go through the planning and budgeting for the year, and a worksheet I've developed, which is very simple, so that you can list out all of your activities for this year, so that really, this is something that if a granddad's going to a second year, even if he's been there with granddad last year, he should be able to do that in April or May, so that he's ready to hit the road running on July 1. This is very practical information, and that's the kind of stuff we're going to get. Now, if you have questions, suggestions of topics you want us to cover, get a hold of me. I don't have a fancy slide because I'm not technologically adept at this stuff. But anyway, I'm in the directories. My number, if you want to call me, 763-226-1923. Or my web address is very simple, pcharter@Comcast. PCHARTER@Comcast.net. So we're looking forward to working with you and keep your eyes peeled for more information. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, I'm Public Relations Chairman for the state of Minnesota. Seems hard to believe, though, I actually started working on all this stuff 5 years ago under Joe Conradi. Very small, and now we've expanded, even with the state of Minnesota. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and this end of March, when we went into the pandemic, we now have a YouTube channel. They say a picture tells 1,000 words, while a video tells an inspiring story. As you begin working with your council this fraternal year, I invite them to share the photos with me to post on the state's social media sites. If you have an upcoming activity, I would love to do a video and of them putting their faith in action on our YouTube channel. And remember, you need to wear Casey branded items, whether it's a shirt, a hat, or even a face mask like this. Or you can get the one on nice gear as well. We need to know that you are part of the Knights. We need to show the community. Does your local area put out a newspaper? I encourage you to reach out to them so that your story can be seen by others in the community. By doing this, your story may inspire others to join the order. In addition to that, if you get a story on the newspaper, bring it to share with us at the mid-year if you get one between now and then. And additionally, if you get an article in your local newspaper, I'm going to pose a contest for all the councils. to the state convention, for each activity that's put in the newspaper, will go into a drawing for a $50 gift card. Finally, again, as it was mentioned earlier, if you have a unique event that may get Supreme's attention, we would like them to come out or contact them, and they'll do their best to come out here and video it and show it to the entire order. Recently, I had many information flyers and materials. I have now put that all in a nice little booklet. Most of these materials were all previously released by Supreme, though. If you watched all those newsletters, the fraternal advisory, and several others, they were all put out previously. I just put it in a booklet forms so that you can use it. If you did not get one, because I ran out of copies, and if you, for those who are watching this that would like one, please contact me and I'll get you a copy. If you do not know how to get a hold of your local newspaper, I have a flyer here that tells you how you can find out which local newspaper is near you. In case some of you do not know, at the end of this, or for this month, there was an agency competition for, and I put together this comic strip advertisement like this that kind of highlights that promotion a little bit, but kind of trying something new to grab some people's attention. That's all I have. Thank you. Have a great day.
Well, gentlemen, that's pretty much it. I know it's when I did my state deputy workshop a week or two ago. I know I felt like I was standing in front of a fire truck, right? And I'm sure you'll feel the same. But so much, well, all of just about everything you saw today is going to be on the state website. Both videos and all the presentations, all the PowerPoints. I saw people scrambling trying to make notes, but all those PowerPoints that you saw, we got from Supreme, so, and the ones that we did ourselves, we'll make sure they're on the website. Now is the time for my closing remarks, but I think in the interest of time, we'll cut things short. Thank you so much for coming here. We're going to have a closing prayer in a minute, but I just want to say before you leave, I want the district deputies to stay where they are because we have some handouts for you, and we want to make sure. Oh, they're outside?
You're outside. As you come through in a single file line, and we'll get you what you need.
There you go. So that's really just for the district deputies, so because we don't really have enough for everybody else, because of the BDs. So I'm going to now invite our associate chaplain, Father Vardy, to come up and give us a closing prayer. Please, Brian.
Let's show appreciation for the leadership of our new state deputy. I continue to be inspired by you men, their hearts, your willingness to step out, step forward with a bold attitude. You are good men. I need to communicate that very clearly to you. Sometimes it feels like a burden maybe at times, but all this today is a blessing. Receive it as a blessing. The leadership that God handed over to you, you willingly said yes as a disciple of Christ. All of you are blessed, we are blessed. And this new fraternal year will be blessed by the Holy Spirit. Keep opening up that heart to the power of the Holy Spirit. We will all be blessed. Before I say the final prayer here, just for your information, Father Thomas Cannell, who joined the Knights of Columbus here in Minnesota, passed away yesterday in Iowa. So we want to certainly keep Father Thomas Cannell in our prayer. And may his soul and all the souls of the faithfully departed rest in peace. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, you are so good to us, stretching us. Sometimes we feel like we're being stretched beyond what we want to be. But we love you, we praise you, and we trust you. Thank you, Lord, for these good men. And bless their efforts. Send the Holy Spirit upon each of these men as they communicate and direct in their leadership roles, those who will receive their leadership, Lord. Direct, you are the architect of all this. We are your humble instruments and servants. Keep us, Lord, humble in your sight. Strengthen us with your Holy Spirit. We pray this through Jesus Christ, our Lord, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen. The Lord be with you. And with your spirit. And Almighty God bless you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Go in peace. Thanks be to God.
We will be in touch. Yes, we will. Hey, I learned me. I have a card.